I absolutely love it when my microphone goes sucking silent. Hold on, let me... Oops, wrong tab island. Okay. I have to do this, sorry. It's been a long day. That should cover. 20 should cover it, right? Hold up. Let me fucking do it real quick. Okay, 20 covers it. Usually 20 covers my ground. If I'm using VLC, I usually use like up to, put it down to like 60, 55. Never put it past like 50. I don't know, like past streams you can tell the audio was shit. Okay, so I am obviously gonna start up on I'm gonna start up on writing Bittersweet Symphony tonight because I just got the urge to do that, and I've been working on other stuff, like stuff that I would not want to describe here, but all I'm gonna say is that I've been working my ass off on the other stuff. There's a lot of stuff I need to do. I need to do a channel update soon. Jesus Christ. I feel like these are like these are like bits and pieces of like what I'm doing. It's like, yeah. Okay, and I'm sorry if I sound nasally. I'm trying to get over a cold. Blech. And my pronunciation is being whack and all this. Like, you know, my speech is being whack. And it's just, the heat's over here is a piece of shit. And, oh my god, I want to fucking kill somebody. Like, deadass. Anyways, let's do this. What am I doing? Okay, we need our window. Give me my window. I need to open up my shit first. I've been thinking about also, I got an idea over the weekend when I was at the Fanime. Yeah, Fanime was last week. And basically I got an idea of Calypso's story from the Odyssey and completely flipping the script on that shit, so just like flip that shit, motherfucker. Okay, I need to put a background. There we go. Put a background. Yay! There's a background. I'm so sorry if it was black before. But I should do it. I'm writing. I'm probably gonna pop up Milfoil 1,000 Leaves. So basically, what I've done for that one, that was originally a Brownies AU. Okay, so this is the thing that happened. I gave my fucking Project Brownies to Rose, and I took Milfoil as a title, and I decided to do it on its own. Something similar to Muffins kind of deal. Well, I mean, Bittersweet Symphony is just that. Just that! So, I've been watching movies for the past couple of weeks to cope with my breakup. So that's real fucking profound. I absolutely love it. I've been coping. Don't worry though. I'm cool. So yeah, I'm sorry. I also like to apologize. I've been absent for the past couple of weeks, maybe a month or two. I don't fucking know. But I've been just coping. I've been just doing what I gotta. And also, I broke my arm on my ex's birthday, so that's nice. I don't need it, you know, I broke it on that, yeah. Yeah, I broke my, I fractured my radial head, you know. So that happened, and right now I'm actually in physical therapy for it, and the lady gave me physical therapy papers, and I absolutely love how some of the exercises that she gave me are ones I have in my common life. So it's like, you know, yeah, so it's been like that. I've been just kind of working on my arm and just working on, you know, I'm trying to get back. I've been really off and spotty with my pills, and honest to God, like, at least I can admit that, and that's bad. And I've been taking my mood stabilizer, so other than that though, like, things have been going a little like out of place for me, out of mind. I've been kind of out of it for quite a while, and I'm sorry. And I feel like I haven't done shit for Bittersweet Symphony. I mean, like, I've done pretty much everything I can for the chapters. I still have the drive for it. So, Kara, where are you? Where are you, you son of a bitch? I just had the fucking... Okay, here's the window. Okay, I opened my program. Yay! So this is what I got. I had to go through and fix the titles. So I'm fixing the titles as we speak. Some of them are kind of whack. I'm not gonna lie. Some of them are kind of whack. Like 18 in part 1 is kind of whack. You know, 3 is kind of whack. I might have to come up with something better, but I don't know if, like I said, I've been kind of like going, oh, I don't know if some of these tiles are any good. So, and some of them are like one worded. So if you go all the way down, go all the way down to part 3. So like, okay, part 3 has most one worded, but it gets, when you get down to like, to this part, to part 3, act 2, it starts to be one worded stuff. And honestly, like, I'd rather keep it one worded. Yeah, in the beginning there are probably long titles, but I think here, I just have like one word things, and sometimes I have like questions as titles. So yeah, I pretty much, I would just say this right now, I formatted everything to be the way it's supposed to be in Bittersweet Symphony. The story is chronologically in order for you guys to enjoy it. And because Reitana, I honestly hate fucking referring to her every fucking time, but I have to, because this is something that leads back to her. And I'm gonna say this, Reitana wrote herself into a corner, and honestly, I think it was because, we all know it's because peer pressure and shit like that, and she gave in. Again, what I'm saying is, Bittersweet Symphony is designed for the reason it's supposed to. It's supposed to be designed for every event, everything, and I hope to God that, you know, it doesn't get too crazy, because I was gonna do something in here. I was thinking either not doing like Pinky's Dream, where everything after here, after I think part 2 starts to get all fucking whack out, but it's not like crazy like how it was in Let's Welcome Chaos and shit like that. I'm talking about, like, I want grounded ideas for Bittersweet Symphony to happen. So yeah, one worded fucking titles. Some of them are kind of references. I might have to look through them again. And some of them are one word for a reason. Okay, and the reason why I one word my titles sometimes is that when you guys start reading into my stuff and you like my stuff, you know, you start going into it, you don't know what to expect. I mean, like, the title is going to be the title for a reason. So, like, for example, like The Gift, like, you don't know what what The Gift is, but there's a sequel to it's, you know what I mean, like, there's one word. Okay, I'm struggling here, I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I've been on stream. Dead ass. So, like, anyways, I have them one worded for a reason, and I have some, like, what you know, like, between the lines, like, planning and plotting, like, what, you know, in parentheses and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of titles that are like the shit for me. I love them. Yeah, so there's a lot of arcs that will end and begin and stuff like that. You can tell there's arcs for there's the Zinky Pie arc, which is aka the Minky Pie, which ends into part 2 or some shit. So it's been going good. It's been going good. The only thing I have going right now is I need to fix these fucking titles. Honest to fucking God, I need to like work on these fucking titles. Like, okay, so the ones that I marked in red, fixed title, so like I might have to go. So here's the thing. I think that the word geodes and nuggets, they work, but I feel like they deserve a better title than just geodes and nuggets. But it's like also ominous. You know, like I've been thinking about that for some time when I was overviewing the fucking chapters. So right now I'm just kind of going through and here, I'll show you the end, Rose. Oh my God. Look how much I have left to do. I only have 3 chapters. I just gotta fill them in. So literally there's fucking 3 fucking chapters. Dead ass. And I decided to put the this into a 3-parter because, you know, as above so below, 1, 2, and 3, and then something that leads into the end, the final of it. And then there's gonna be an aftermath, obviously, of like what the equestrians and the ponies and what they're doing and stuff like that ever since shit has happened. All you know what I mean? So yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot. I only have 3 chapters left, and I'm actually pretty proud of myself. But yeah, like here's nuggets, geodes. Yeah, nuggets of wisdom might work. We'll come back to, like I said, like I'm always all over the place with this shit. So there's a lot of one-worded stuff, as I was saying. These are Ocean Star and Lavender Dawn, and how she becomes. Everything is in the prequel. And Lavender Dawn's story, I still have to work on bios, bro. You think this is a lot of stuff? I have to work on bios. I still have to work on Zinky Pies, which, mind you, I actually have to let me open that real quick. Let me open my fucking stories and stuff real quick, because I need to know which projects I'm doing. And also I got Sweet Confections, I got the one-shots. I'm gonna open these in new windows. Give me a sec. Oh, those are good. Oh, I like those. Hell yeah. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of stuff, I tell you, right? And I got fucking Tales of a Woodsman to still go. I still got Fantasia Pop, I got Sweet Confections. I have a lot on my fucking plate, I'm not gonna lie. MILF, well, obviously. No Future Raw. I was gonna work on Dragon Ball stuff, but I was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that right now. Like, I put it in my futures. I was like, honestly, I don't think I want to work on Dragon Ball Z stuff. Anyways, let's open this the fuck up. I had to literally chronologically order fucking muffins in order to get the correct order for Bittersweet Symphony. I had to do that in a separate document, which is fucking ridiculous. And I have literally 4 playlists of, I have 4 playlists that are in the Bittersweet Symphony, and this is for the chronological order, and I wanted to listen to every single one of them, you know, and I have to. Oh God, I have to. The curse. I have the Muffin series in order. I have the Muffin series in order for the Bittersweet Symphony rewrite, and then I have like 2 other like playlists that are for. I don't know why I have fucking 3, but I guess there's a reason, I guess. I put it in order, I guess. I don't know. So, I have to open my bios. I know, my mind's like, ooh, today's the day, girl. Like, we're gonna work on this shit. So, I have Zinky Pie, I have Lavender Dawn, and I have Sakura Blossom. Which, by the way, I'm not very sure about the name for that's the assistant. Sakura is the assistant of Lavender Dawn, and she's basically a gossiper as well. I put down that Lavender Dawn is a gossiper, and she spreads, like, rumors type shit, and she'll, like, bring back fucking information to Pinkie Pie, and be like, what the fuck? And she's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, like I said, I've designed Bittersweet Symphony to be literally, like, I think what I call perfect. So I am going to put this on desktop. And put this on desktop so y'all see what I'm fucking doing. So I have, this is a Zinky Pie. This is Lavender Dawn, and this is Sakura Blossom. And I'm not sure about the name, but it's kind of too on. I feel like it. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I think it's a little too on the nose, but it's like, I don't know. It works for me. I don't know why. But like, they call her Miss Cherry or Miss Blossom, or they could call her Blossom, which actually, hold up. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. Ah! My iPad, no! No, like, no, for real. Tales of a Woodsman is just Black Air Force energy. Dead ass, you're so fucking right for that. No, for real. Hey, Cam, what's up? No, for real. Like, that is some shit. Like, I just desire. I even have a fucking series called Black Air Force Energy, and that's just a guy who wakes up from like his experimenting, like he's like superhuman or some shit. It's so fucked. Oh yeah, Lavender Dawn, definitely. She has a lot of ambition, a lot of like, yeah, Cam, it's been fucking hot over here. Crazy, like, I don't know how hot it's gonna get, but fuck. But anyways. Let's see. So basically this is Lavender Harmony Dawn, which is kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, like, Lavender Dawn slaps, but like putting Harmony in the middle of it is fucking insane. Like, I'm not gonna lie. So this is what I got for Lavender Dawn. I got most of this shit. I know, I'm sorry if I speed through so fast. I put down her personality, her skills, what she's good at. I had to put, like I said, Sweet's Gambler and Lavender Dawn, they should be different. They should be different, but like their hobby, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So you got the hates and dislikes. I made it more fleshed out a little bit. Zinky Pie is not gonna, well, Zinky Pie's kind of done, but since they're on a rock farm, what the fuck are they gonna do? What hobbies is she gonna get? Other than probably doing something psychopathic. Because there's really nothing to do on that fucking, on that rock farm, except for farm fucking rocks and eat rock fucking soup! Yeah, me too. I missed vibing with you too. It's crazy. Oh my god. So there's a lot. There's a lot going on this document. Oh my god. I cannot, you know, I'm gonna be real. Okay, there is a, okay, so Pinkie Pie will not be able to kill Twilight. That is on Lavender Dawn. That's on Lavender Dawn. And, oh, I'm gonna say this. Before she was Lavender Dawn, she was called Ocean Star. And Ocean Star, she, or Star, you know, she basically has her own, as you can see, she has her own fucking, her own backstories and stuff like that. This is not gonna be short. So, I know. Oh my god, Twilight would. There's actually a okay, so you want to know what's probably fucked up? The fact that Lavender Dawn has a story called Magical Lessons, and there's like 4 of them, but there's like 4 parts to it, right? And in those fucking stories, Twilight and Lavender get to know each other, but not on a like romantic level, but like a platonic level, and they're good friends. But like, imagine in part 3 that she has to literally kill Twilight. And then Twilight feels hella betrayed, and Twilight's like, how fucking dare you? How dare you? Like, you betrayed me type shit? Also, I don't know how they digest rock soup. I don't. Oh my god. Can you imagine Lavender and Twilight getting to know each other and then Lavender betrays Twilight in the end, and that's exactly what we're fucking going with? Like, it's on! Like, Like, this is the crazy, I'm gonna say this is the most ambitious project I've ever fucking done. And I made sure to go by the original formula, and I wanted to also do, Eclairs for Two is just basically like, you know, Rainbow Dash, and then also an OC that I would make, Lemon Drizzle Cake. That's basically like, what is it? It's a cupcakes and muffins rewrite, basically. And like, I think the second part, the Lemon Drizzle Cake, is supposed to be towards muffins instead of Pinkie Pie killing Rose Luck. Cause everything goes different. Like Pinkie Pie makes different choices here, like, and I hope it's not, like, gonna be too close to home with Muffins. I hope to God it's not gonna be, like, copying what Muffins did, because I'm trying to go, like, on a different route. Like, yeah, sure, but, like, I want different dialogue and different shit. I might write up some iconic lines, who fucking knows. I have fruit tarts. I have, the corn so basically, also, like, I think I've explained this before in my previous live streams, that Pinkie Pie and her sisters are corresponding in letters, and there's going to be, like, letter-based fucking stories, and there's gonna be, like, what the Pie sisters do after they read the letter and shit like that. So, yeah, I had to literally rip this from, Milfa Wells' timeline, because I was making up a fucking timeline on my fucking notes, on my notepad, before I switched over to, OpenOffice and shit. And man, I was working the fuck on that shit, and I was doing it up to the point, I was doing it in specs, but I had, like, a lot done on Milfa Wells shit, like the timeline, so I used that to kind of correspond with any type of, like, cupcakes or muffins based story. So, like, you know, I think this one I used Milfa Wells, the timeline for it, kind of ish. I think, I'm not very sure if I did or not. I think other stories I did. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. But there's arcs that are going to end and are going to begin with the, you know, with one another and shit like that. Like the Zinky Pie arc is going to end into part 2 or something like that. You know exactly where the fuck they're gonna fuck. And there's gonna be points of views of like, and basically, remember in Muffins, like, Inky and Blinky said, like, imagine if Pinkie Pie knew about this shit. And this is the route where basically Pinkie Pie knew what the fuck happened to Zinky Pie, their older sister. And Pinkie Pie just has, like, guilt and, like, all this other shit. Like, I should have came back earlier. I should have known. But, like, you know what I mean? There's a lot. There's a lot. And there will be, actually, this is a good title. I don't know why I'm tripping on this one. That's actually supposed to be the conclusion. It's supposed to be all 3 of them. I think they're pissed off in that story, so that'll be short. And then Lavender Dawn and Pie House. There's a lot. And then you see Applejack. Then I'm gonna say this right now. Since Muffins did not have Celestia and Luna, I mean, they did at one point, but like, it was a little too late. I mean, they should have been a little bit earlier, but I decided, I think, around part 2, act 1, Celestia and Luna start to kind of get, like, what's going, kind of, like, bits and pieces of what's going on. So, like, Mayor's like, okay, well, after Applejack, she's panicking, and she's like, alright, I need to write up a fucking letter of Celestia and Luna, and I'm panicking now, and they read the fucking letter, blah blah blah. There's actual Celestia and Luna fucking stories in here that correspond with everything. So then here's part 2, act 2. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, please run those ideas on me for Sweet Confections, please, because I feel it's a little, yeah, sure, the chapters is done, but I feel like it could be a little bit, like, the chapters could be a little bit of work. Like, I have the idea in my head and how it begins, and yada yada yada. Let's see. Okay, let's see what's going on. Magical lessons. There it is. 1, 2, 3, and it involves Sakura Blossom. It also with Blossom, and then there's more Pinkie Pie. I tried to put a little bit more like Inky and Blinky. Like, okay, I put a side story for both of them. You know, both of their like, you know what I mean? Like, you get like a side story of Inky and Blinky. And I've designed side stories to have a break, so like it will start on 31 and then it will end on 36, because that's where the story starts to begin again. It picks up again. And the reason why I have these side stories is because they're technically quote unquote breaks for Pinkie Pie and her sisters. So like I said, I've designed every fucking thing the way it's supposed to be and how the story is supposed to go. Like, you know, so, and then you got more, you got Breaking Point, you got a 6 month, you know, more side stories, you know, side stories, they're not, I'm gonna say this, the side stories in Reitana's version, they were all over the place. Here, they're kind of grouped together as kind of breaks, and they act like that's what the side stories are for. So, yeah, and I tried to put down, like, also, like, instead of the bakers, like, I also have, like, yeah, of course, this whole fucking chunk right here, part 2, act 2, has a lot, so you'll see, like, let me see, hold on. Wait a minute. Why did I say Pinkie Pie? POV. Hold up. Oh, there it is. That's why. Oh, okay. Okay, that one is basically her point of view, like, keeping her eye on, like, somebody in the main 6, like, she's gonna kill next. So you've got, like, Breaking Point, more side stories. I think this is a side story, I think. Tea and Cakes is also a side story. A little, you know, give yourself a break. Another one with Lavender Dawn and Sakura Blossom. And I think you get Pinkie's Visit, which is Twilight, Rarity, and Fluttershy, the remaining. And you got Inky and Blinky's Fantastical Misadventure 1 and 2. And you've got, it says Snuffing the Flame, An Old Friend, and Chasing the Sky, and Along Came Pixie Charm. Those are all main stories. Sakura's just probably gonna get, I'm gonna be real, I think Blossom here is just gonna get probably like 1 or 2 stories, and then like it's gonna pick up in part 3, because she's probably gonna be the least used character, but she's gonna have a dialogue that goes back and forth with Lavender and Pinkie and shit. So there's so many fucking, oh my god. Why does it, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of that. And we're also gonna have Twilight, Fluttershy, Know Something is Wrong, blah blah blah, is short. And then Pinkie Pie and her sisters fucking go crazy on Rarity. I also put that in French because I feel like that's appropriate for Rarity. I mean, hey. Yeah, and then also, I think the Tree of Harmony starts being affected. It was affected over here. Like Uproots. And these two start being affected. Yeah, so the environment starts to be after things start to go after Rainbow Dash. I mean, it's not notable. It's not noticeable when it's Rainbow Dash at first, but like I think Applejack, after Applejack and certain like elements, yeah, it starts to pick up, because it should have picked up at least. I'm gonna be real, like Every pony in that fucking town should have picked up after Applejack. I mean, Rainbow Dash, I can understand, but Applejack, bruh, like, should have started picking up like the clues. And I'm pretty sure there's ponies out there that question certain stuff and not be blind. So, like, I'm gonna have that going on for me. So, yeah, like, I'm just looking at this and I'm like, wow, I got a lot of shit done. Okay, so Pixie Charm is supposed to be the equivalent to Stella Burst, but like less like showy or whatever. Like, you know, like it's supposed to be the equivalent to Inky Pie's Stellar Obsession or something like that. But you know what I mean? It's just basically like with her, she's just, you know, these are most just victims I made. Pixie, you know, she's just one of those background characters. But I want to, like, it's an equivalent to Inky Pie's Stellar Obsession. But Inky Pie is like, alright, I'm going to test you with the survival game. And, you know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah. And let's see. Maybe I might do, with Pixie Charm, I might take some colors from Stella Burst. Might, because, you know, who knows? I just don't want to make another Sonata Sugar. I want to make something like I'm gonna be honest. I would base the colors off of the colors I have here, like Sky Chaser, Flame Spark, Pixie Charm. You know, the majority of these names that I have slashed are basically like who's gonna kill who and what's the name and stuff like that. They're just original characters basically that I would make. I try to make them like nice to the eye. Oh my god, I have to. You know, I have not drawn anything in a hot minute, and honestly I feel guilty for not doing all of that shit. Like, I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna open this up real quick. I have this open and I'm gonna show you guys. So this is what I've been working on. Hope to God it's not gonna crash on me. Let me see, hold up. I think it might crash on me, hold on. Hope to God. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, good. So this is the stuff I've been working on for the past couple of months, kind of spotty, on and off. I have not been in the right mindset for the past couple of weeks because of what happened. But other than that, I think this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna I want to real quick open up the stuff I have for I kind of want to doodle now. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I want to doodle. Just give me a second. I need to put. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this over here. I have books stacked on here. I have like Greek mythology books and stuff. Like, here, I'm just gonna put this over here. Oh god, FamilyCon was crazy work. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I have a lot going on. I have a lot going on. Let's see what I'm doing here. Okay, we're gonna... I feel like doodling, I'm not gonna lie, so I'm gonna bust out the fucking doodles and stuff and see what I can do. I could start, I can do like journal doodles, what I usually do in my journal and stuff. So like stuff I like, you know, just stuff that I've done in my journal before. Let's see. Okay. This is my iPad somewhere. There we go. I have a lot of stuff that's going on. My arm is like, okay. So all of the, okay, so I pulled up my, my thingy. We'll pull up my, Fire Alpaca. I can also pull up my Clip Studio, but I think that'll be a little too much. No! I have to download the, oh, goddamn. I have to download, okay, you know, let me update Fire Alpaca real quick, because every time I come back, there's a fucking update, and it's hilarious. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the last time I've done a character design was Sonata Sugar. And I only done that yellow pony. Okay. Oh my god, I can't believe I have to do this. Okay, we have to install this shit. I have no idea what's today is. I haven't done anything Challenge Showdown either. Fire Alpaca is not that hard. It's just, it's complicated at first, but once you start filling with the stuff, you'll be fine. It's just easier than Photoshop, because Photoshop is way more complicated. If you think that that's complicated, nah. Oh yeah. They've just been adding stuff like crazy work. Okay, and I just wanted to put that there. I'm pretty surprised I'm listening to fucking DMB right now, which is something. I'm not gonna lie, like, me listening to DMB on here has gotta be one of the rarest things you can ever catch me on. Okay, did it open yet? I was about to say, like, Fire Alpaca just fucking reset my shit. How dare ye? How dare ye? I wonder if I could... Oh, I have a color history and a palette. Oh, that's wonderful. I love it. I have a bunch of, like, shit going on. Okay. Let's see. You know what? I'm feeling kind of 300 today. 3,000 actually. I'm not bad. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Let's lock this and just say this is like neutral. We could just do another one. I'm doing it with my mouse. Let's go. Alright. I got a sketchy pen. Charcoal. Maybe. Oh, wait, you know what? I locked it, that's why. Let's do like a color or something. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Okay, maybe like. Okay, that's perfect. Actually, we'll lock it. And then we'll do like a light color or something. Fuck it. Let's fucking sketch, I guess. Scratchy. Charcoal. Do I use charcoal or sketch? Because I deleted some. I don't know why I did, but I just did. Sketchy pens. Oh, 2,000? No, I agree with you. These DMB streams, these streams, like, I'm afraid of copyright, but it's like, what are they gonna do? Oh my god, copyright cops. No. Alright, let's... Let's see if I can do a pony design. Let me see if I can do it. I might need some light. Oh, shit. Do the pen a little bit bigger. Oh, that is even fucking worse than before. Oh, that's worse. That's nice. Oh, Jesus, that's too big. It's just getting bigger. Whoopsie. This is the one I use, and I think this one... Let me see, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna use 30. I think I use because it's a too big one. It's 600 DPI. You know what? Let me do this one. Oh. How big is this one? Oh my god. What in God's name? Why is it so laggy like that? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why am I creating a pentagram? Stop! Holy shit, I made a fucking... Okay, wait, this is not... I think it's because of the brush. That is fucking hilarious. The brush. The fucking brush. I've seen shit! And you know what? I might do something special with this. Actually, hold on, wait a minute. This is coloring. Okay, please tell me that the coloring brushes are not going to be ass like this. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. I like how this works, but not the other one. Alright, thanks, asshole. That's nice. That's not gonna work for me. That's not gonna work for me. I thought I was gonna do it. It was cooler in my head, guys. It was cooler in my head. It was cooler in my head. Hold on, okay. I need to... Which one was I using? Oh, the scratchy No! I had something going! There we go. She's seen some cracked out shit. She's seen the beginning and the end! Oh my god. No! Why do you keep doing that, sir? I could just do... Hold on. Do cracked out eyes. There we go. Oh god, it's looking worse. Her neck is fat. Fat neck. Pinprick marsupials. Let me see if I could do something. Always draw some cracked out pony. It's so hilarious to me. Crackedoutpony.com. When you're coping. Cope hard. Oh god, she looks so fucking... Oh god, I don't like it. I do not like where this is going. Saturation. Let's do saturation. Do something like this. I feel like this is too bright. Hold on, I think I need to lock it. Oh, that's nice. Something dark like that. Like a nice red orange or something. And then maybe we'll fix the color to be this, maybe? Oh, that's way too much. Let's do this. So you can see a little darker. Well, crackhead. Right, so no protect alpha. Let's go. I think the scratchy brush fucks up the program a little bit. I was like, oh yeah. No, that does not make sense for her hair to be doing that shit. You have no business for your hair being doing that shit. No business. Want her to look fucking... really look... Just, Okay, let's do... That way I can work on the underlayer. Let's see. Protect alpha. Let's accept to erase half of that face. Let it flow through you. Oh my god, guys. Alright, maybe like this. These were a little too thin for my taste, to be honest with you. She looks really scraggly. It's hilarious. I have special eyes. Yeah. Let me see if I can fix the eyes. God Damn it. Let me erase, motherfucker. It won't let me erase, that's nice. Oh my god. Oh, that's why. Oops. And there we go. I was about to give her a fucking... Actually, you know what? Do this instead. Something like bright. I always color with bright colors to indicate my sketches and stuff, so I don't get mixed up. It's a little messy now, but you'll see why. Oops. Snout. Like that. Fix the snout a little bit. There we go. Now the eyes are coming in. See that? Beautiful. Even if it looks messy, messy. Oh shit! Tyrant's in the house! Hey yo! Oh my god. Dude, I hate it when there's a lot of clothing I have to do, because I have a lot of clothes. I wear a lot of clothes. It's unfortunate I wear a lot of clothes, but I wear like the same pair of fucking clothes. Okay, so I think here is gonna be good enough. Can I? Okay. We'll do that one. There we go. Hell yeah, Cam. Honestly, backed up laundry is like the worst fucking feeling. It really is. Like, oh god. I hate that shit, to be honest. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Hey, if you want fucking clean laundry, clean clothes, you gotta fucking do it, you know what I mean? This shit fucking sucks! Oh my fucking god. I have too much shit, to be honest. I might fix the face a little bit. I might order myself some sushi in a bit. Looks a little better now. Alright, and then I realize that this is in the way. Oops. Look, though, I'm gonna be real with you, the ear looks a little weird. It'd be looking a little weird. You know, I might have to just do the redo the ear again. I don't know. It just looks weird. It's giving weird right now. Oops. Oops. Flip. Now she has no ear. Oh no, she has no ear. Bitch has no ear. Bitch has no ear. Alright. It's getting weird. Alright, I'm gonna save this. PNG. No, I want as a fire alpaca. This is just, I'm gonna say as unknown. I'm gonna open up another one. I remember doing this one, I think on, what the fuck was I using for this one? It looks really scratchy and I love it. Because I wanted to test to see if I still had the ability to draw a pony, and I do. Okay, so I'll open up. Oh my god, what are we doing here? Oh, we're doing party animal. I'm gonna do party animal. Do we have the color palette for that? Oh my god. I don't think we have party animal. Hold up. No. I need to get party animal. Hold up. I might need to real quick. Okay. It's just real quick because I have to grab party animal. I think I have party animal in my files. Do I have her in my files? Hold the fucking phone. I don't know if I have party animal. I think. Hold on. No. Nope. I don't have it on my phone. That's nice. Okay, hold on. I might have to go get it from one of my friends. Oh, great! The one I forgot to load party animal on there. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I have to grab it real quick. Just give me a sec. This is gonna take some time because my computer likes to fuck with me. Nope. Come on, there's gotta be a... I might have to look on an old account for somebody. If I can get them. I think I have party animal in this one. Let's see. No, I don't. Fuck. I don't have the fucking... Okay, I might have to do something real quick. Give me a sec. Oh, this is ridiculous. That means I have to grab the fucking thing. I think I might have to find it through text messages and then actually send it to myself, which is ridiculous. Alright, give me a sec. Because we sent a lot of stuff in text messages and crazy shit, so... I could not find it for the life of me. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Is that all we send it? Oh my god. Bitch. I swear I had a fucking party animal image. You know what? Hold on. I think I might have it in my photos. I'm so sorry. This is like a delay. I do not. Oh no. Because I have her somewhere. Nope. God damn it. This is gonna be fucking annoying. This is gonna be fucking annoying. I'm like, oh, having you guys on hold. I feel like I'm holding you guys on hostage. Oh, there she is. There she is. Okay. There she is. Okay. Let me save this to my files. Put this in my downloads. Okay, I found it. Okay, so I found it. We're good now if we found it. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to go to my files. Actually, hold on. You know what? No. Y'all are not allowed to see that. No. If I could find my fucking files. Oh, no, it's an iPad notes. It'll be in there. I'll go there from there. This is taking forever, I know, and I want to draw. I'm looking for, my party animal so I can design her. Oh, shit. No, I have to fucking sign in. It's wonderful. I love when things get in the way of things. Like, problems become problems. every time. 6. Obviously trust this damn browser. I've used it before. Let's go. I need to get in my file, sir. Oh, God. Let's see. Can I access that? I can't. That's great. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. No, this is all my iPad stuff. No. I want my fucking file. Hold on. I need to find. This is gonna become an issue. I swear to God. Drive myself fucking insane. Because I have the... Oh, here's all my stuff. Okay, good. I have it. Never mind. I got the party animal. Sorry, I'm a little... Oh, God. Can I get like a... Yes, I would like a copy. Thank you very much. Now open it, damn it. Open it, I say. Okay, I got it. I got it. Booyah! What am I doing? I'm looking for this picture specifically. I wanted to get this picture. And we're gonna do just that. Because originally I had a party animal. I was gonna do this in my style. So we will have that as layer 2. You know what? No, that should be labeled as ref. There we go. I know. I also have the document still going too for the other ones. We'll do those later. I just wanted to showcase those a little bit. Alright, so this is a little crispy. So this is a little crispy. I mean, I could just take from here too. Okay, let's do this. Let's start off a little bit with the sketch, because boy oh boy am I gonna. Come on. Okay, there we go. I need this. So I need 15. Let's do 15. Let's go. Oops, wrong one. And I'm drawing on the ref layer. Oops. Oopsie daisy. We'll fix them later. No. Where you at? Fuck was I doing? Oh. No. I'm in the wrong one, I think. When I'm looking for something, I'm looking for a reference, a front reference, or something. No, this is the wrong one. I swear I had a folder of fucking pony references and shit. Weird. I'm looking for the, what is that? Let's throw away shit. I swear I had like a fucking folder of just references. I guess the fuck not. No, those are not the ones. I don't understand that. I had like a folder that had references for ponies or whatever. I guess I have to go look up a fucking reference. I said red. My bad. Hatsune Miku! I'm just drawing this because I think Vinny drew it for me. It was supposed to be a color palette of, yeah. I need a front view. So like a front view? Okay, there it is. There's one. There's one. Okay, cool. Open that one. Hatsune Miku! Hell yeah. Okay, so pony poses. I need the reference. I can use this one. Import from file. I just need this front view right here. That's all I need. Okay, so the front view. Do a front view. Let me see if I can do the best I can. I don't want it to look too fucking weird. Whoops. Oh, now that looks fucking weird. It looks funky. You know what? I'm gonna do that on a separate layer. No. Hatsune Miku! Let's see. Let me organize this into a folder. Actually, the outer arms are going to be, we're going to do the body. So, the whole damn thing. Oh, that's stupid. You can't fucking edit. Oh, that's stupid. So that means I have to... Because the whole point is I want to draw a party animal, but the whole entire picture is going to be, it's my damn party now, like, type shit. I know. I like Nostalgia Critic. They were playing Angry Video Game Nerd over there at the Fanime, but I didn't want to go to it because I'm like, I could go see this guy online. I've seen this guy multiple times too. Okay, so we're gonna do I'm gonna do a different color. And then that's the body. Outer arms they're a different color, and we're gonna do this a different layer. It's a start. Fucking tyrant. Yeah, I met him. He was pretty cool. He was pretty chill. I feel like it's a little off. It looks a little off and I don't like where it's going. I don't like it. Maybe it's the back. Okay, hold on. The outer arms are a bit too thick for my liking. Oh, that's so cute. Actually, hold on. If I just do this as separate, I should have kept the layer. Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. Maybe I mean, I'm liking it, but maybe I could do this. Maybe this would work. It's gonna look a little weird, but the whole point is that her arms are spread out. Like, it's like this. It's gonna look fucking weird, I know. Oops. This. Like this. Maybe like, let me see if I can do our arms like this. It's gonna look fucking weird though. think the auto alarms are a little too far apart. Should we reset this? Right. We can just do it. This will just fix it. Okay, I think that should be good enough, I think. Oh god. Every time I draw stuff like this, it just... Ugh. You can always do color palettes, Cam, like different shades of pink instead of just one. You can do, I think gradients could do that too. Fuck. Let's make her a little fatter. Oh my god, this is extremely fucking hard. Why is this so hard? I don't want it to look weird, but I don't want it to look over the top either. Oh shit, this is bad. Maybe. So the line goes here. Oh my god, the agony of drawing and sketching! No balls. I'm just thinking how I could go about this without the legs looking fucking weird. Maybe it's the other one that looks weird. Hold on. I think it's this one, to be honest. Let me redraw this shit again. Oops. Because there's sketches to everything to this, and I'm just like, okay, how do we go about this? Let's see. I don't want it to look fucking weird either. It's just like, okay. This is not going as I planned. Oh my god. I'm hitting a roadblock right now, Cam. Oh shit. Oh shit! I didn't realize the mix for the DMV is done. And I'm like, oh! All the singles are coming in now. Hold on, I need to find another mix. Oh. Oh, that's perfect. Artemis versus Shogun. That's perfect. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Right. There's 3 on our side. Ooh. Oh yeah. Alright. It was good. So far, it's just I gotta work on the ears and a little bit of the body, and maybe like she seems a little short. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna probably fix. I can't even move it. That's stupid. Oh, that's stupid. I can't even move it. Alright. Yeah, they seem a bit short. And I'm trying to move this, but I can't move it, the whole thing, because it's in a folder. I didn't put it in a folder. Oh, I'm so stupid. Wow. Okay, outer arms. Okay, so that's why. I was like, wait a minute, hold it. There's nothing to edit. I was like, oh, you can edit. Never mind. I'm feeling stupid. Here we go. She's supposed to be an adult pony, and I know she looks short because it's the canvas, and I'm trying to fix it. Oh shit! Not my phone. Oh no, my phone. Whatever shall I do? Yeah, she looks a little short. I'm not liking this. Okay, I'm gonna have to maybe move this and put this like this. Okay, so that way we can edit the body like this without fucking with the hair. Kind of fixed, but I think it's the torso that's making it seem short. Laffy Taffy. Oh god. Forgot about Dead Rising. Duplicate the hair a little bit, and I'm also gonna put the hair a little bit bigger. That's perfect. Okay. And then I'm probably gonna add her wings. Let's do that. Let's do orange. So I need Pegasus wings. What do they look like when they're bent? I guess that could work. Stretch him out a little bit. Wait, what? Oh no! I was about to say, bitch. I was about to say all that work for nothing. Because I was working on her wings. I'm gonna put another like that and just like flip it. Not feeling the wing, I'll be honest with you. The wing, I am probably gonna redo. It looks worse. It looks fucking deliberately fucking worse. Okay, see the wing right here. Oh, it's even worse. You know, I'm just gonna have to get a reference. God damn it. The show is curved. Okay, I think I fucked up. So it's 4 instead of 3, my bad. What the fuck is wrong with me? The wings are looking real fucking broken right now, and I'm not liking this. I've done the wings before, it's not like I have not. That's a little better, I guess. Yeah, Twilight Princess was pretty good at the time for the Wii and stuff. It was a good game at the time, but I never played it. Funny enough, I know Zelda, Sonic, and Mario, but I played Mario and a little bit of Sonic, but I played a little bit of Zelda, but I just never got with the Zelda timelines and stuff. I always saw Twilight Princess, and I was like, there's just certain things in my childhood that I specifically remember. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this. Flip it. Fix it. Yeah, a lot of the games that I played were pretty dark too. I remember playing Gauntlet. So, yes. Okay. I got a little bit of that done. I got a little bit of a party animal done. Just a little bit of this. Majora's Mask and the Ocarina. There's 2 games. Majora's Mask and the... I'm not pronouncing it. I don't want to sound stupid. Alright. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh my god, this bitch really thinks she can choke me. Fucking Navarre's so done. Oh my god. I started this. What pen was I using? Oh, I was using that sketchy pen. That's what I was doing. I started it and never finished it. LMAO. And I have to, because it's supposed to be like who's who. I still got people to do. This is Miss Dynamite and Cora, Becky and Kara, Connie, Johnny. Did I label these? Yes, I labeled them correctly, sir. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, so I wanted to showcase their personalities through expressions and stuff, but I only got like a couple of these done. I love how the style is just like chibi panty and stocking, like I can't describe it type shit, but it's cute. There's Becky, my girl. You can tell it's her. Yeah, so no sir, I have not done anything to that file, so leave me alone. Alright. Let's get this. Anyone else? Desktop. Okay, there we go. Oh my god! Whoa, oh my god, that's a good question. That must have been a couple of years ago. I'd say 2021, 2022, maybe? R.I.P. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to go mark around here real quick. Right, so I think Behind Blue Eyes is the perfect fucking it's a reference to a song, and it's also to her eyes. Behind Blue Eyes is just perfect. It's just a perfect title. Okay, this one I'm gonna have to fix. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna order that sushi before I forget, cause I'm fucking starving. Well, not starving, but you get it. Wait, what's their time? Oh! DoorDash orders until... Alright, cool. I'm gonna get 2 sushis because I'm fucking starving. It's really weird how I have like 1 meal a day, and that's like cool for me. Alright. Fuck it. Fuck it. I mean, like, cause I don't DoorDash from my card. We usually DoorDash on my grandma's card. So she usually wants something healthy, and I'm like, okay, we'll do that. But she's not gonna be here, so I might as well get. And it's literally, sushi is expensive, so it's like a one-time thing, and I haven't had sushi in a long time. So I'm just like, I'm gonna order it before I forget, because I have a tendency to forget. I might order me some weed too. Oh yeah, I reference music. I reference memes and shit like that. So I'm gonna fix that title. This is already a good title. I feel like this one should get a revamp on it. Let me see if I mean, what do you think? I think this one right here, Pie Reunion, should. I mean, it's a good title, but I feel like it needs a better title, maybe. I think the rest of these are fine. The Wrath of the Pie. Actually, I'm gonna just put the Wrath of the Pie. That way, it's more, yeah. In Pie House, Pinky Blinky Pinky. Okay, I should go off my card. Okay, good. We got go on my card. Let's go. I want some sushi, man. Okay. Okay, so Wrath of the Pie and Pie House. The Baker's Down with Sugar Cube Corner. I love that one. Laughing Matters is fine. Intuitions is fine. This is Between the Lines is fine. The Gift is fine. The Mayor's Letter is fine. Headaches is fine. Although it should be this, actually. Uproots. Fine, fine. Fine. Maybe with this one. Actually, Hindsight says being. Why does it say fixed title? Hold on. I'm gonna have to look up get up my. Here we go. I need a word for hindsight, a synonym. So I'm gonna have to look up hindsight. I could go with recollection. Monday morning quarterbacking. What the fuck? Sorry, I had to unlock my cage for my dog because he was whining. Okay, let's see. I could go with. Sorry, this is an Apple Bloom story. So I said hindsight, but I feel like should I change it? I mean, hindsight sound like it sounds strong, but like I feel like recollection should be. I don't know. This is gonna be hard. Hold on. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be real. Like you're gonna see Inky and Blinky being together in the story and shit. Like they will have stories like the misadventure story and shit. Oh. Retrospect actually might work. Holy fuck, hold on. Or hold on. Or we could just do this. Because I already used hindsight. I feel like this is a little bit powerful. I think that's a little bit better, to be honest with you, so we can remove this now. Retrospection? Retrospect. Ooh, okay, we can edit that. We can do that. There we go. Much better. Alright. It could be retrospection or it could be retrospect. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's cool. I'll do that one later, I guess. We'll see. Let's fix that one later. So I'm thinking meetings or gathering. I think meeting is better, actually. Hell yeah. We'll see about that. We have 2 titles to fix here. These are 2 short stories, side stories under my wing. Lavender Sakura tea or Sakura lavender tea. Actually, that could work. Much better. Fix this one as well. The title just sounds better that way. Please visit. Put chain. Put chan. No chain. Ah. I guess that could work too. It's either statue cracks in a statue, or the statue cracks. Oh my god. So we got 2 titles here. Oh my god. Statue cracks or cracks in a statue. The cracking of a statue. Or that could work too. So let me divide this. These are our temporary titles for that one. Hollow branches. That could work. Oh, that's much better. Much better than the ones I had. And then also for Discord statue, I have those 3 options. So those 3 options or something else. Got Mexican candy right now. Okay, so 56 here. So statue cracks, cracks in a statue, the cracking of a statue. Theodore! Oh my god. Yeah. I know, yum yum. Give me my purr. I have my cat in my hands now. I don't know if you guys heard him, but yeah. He's literally in my arms right now. He wants to like, ooh, new surface. I want to explore. It's all new to him. My house is entirely new to him. He just went from like one small space to this big gigantic space. Fractured vagina. Oh my god, my baby! No. Kisses. Yes, mister. Yeah, get on my shoulder, will you? Yes. I could just say fractured. I could say fractured. But I don't know if I used that in part 3 or something like that. You know what? Fuck it, let's go with that. Fuck it, let's go. My baby Theodore. My sillies. My sillies. Stop, you're gonna ruin my core, fool. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting to bring home this cat. I thought he was gonna be like just chill, but no. He runs around the house. He fucks shit up. What? You're on fire! Oh yeah, you are. Oh. Alright. Wait. Oh. Okay. Oh. Alright. Massage can work. I can do that. And I know that, like, one of these stories is a reference to Party of None. Or a Party of One, I think. No, a Party of None and Muffins. That's where, like, Pinky, like, wants to, like, you know, offer herself by jumping off a cliff. But then she revisits the cliff. And then has some, like, dialogue with Lavender Dawn or something like that. It's crazy. Why is it saying "as I know" twice? Hold the fucking phone. Why is there two? Nah, we're not having that today. No sirree. Nah. Nah, dog, no. You need to fix that shit. I know. I thought he was gonna be a chill cat, but apparently not. I also read somewhere that cats will match your energy, so that's pretty much a you problem. And I'm like, bitch. I think my cat's in here somewhere. My dog's here too as well. Hopefully they won't fucking this asshole. Because Tyson has a habit of attacking my cat, and I have to literally yank this motherfucker away to stop him from harming my cat. So right now I'm allowing him to come out because he's fine right now. I have no idea where Theodore's at. Oh, he's over there. He climbs the same way as Kaichos. That's funny. He's on high ground. I'm watching them right now as we speak. Theodore! Okay. So we'll fix that title. We'll give that one a different title, the 28. They do. And Theodore is crazy, crazy cat. I love him. I think everything here is fine. Yes. There's only 2. Okay, good. At least we need to fix that. Tyson doesn't even know the cat's in here right now. Okay, so I think everything on part 2 is fine. It's just I need to do a little bit of tweakage. Oh no, there's already a gathering right there. There's a gatherings. Never mind. I used it. Never mind. It can't. I'm trying not to copy. I'm trying to like do all original titles so they won't copy each other and stuff. And by the way, that's a reference to a movie, Naturally Born Killers. Natural Born Killers. Oh my god, yeah, for real. I call him, I just say Theo. I call him also Theo as well. His last name is Chode, and his nickname is Cosmo. His, well, middle name, I guess. But it's Theodore Cosmo Chode. I'm not joking. Okay, this is where they start taking off to the Everfree, all this other shit. I think everything is fine, it's just a couple of these titles are not rocking with me. The Cosmic Chode! Besides, where is my cat? LMAO, where is he? I don't know if he went on my bed or if he like I don't know. I think he's here somewhere. I swear to God he is. He's always somewhere. And then he pops up when you least expect him to be. And it's just... he's a silly fucking cat. I love him. I think everything's here is fine. I'm not sure about this one right here. Rotten apple, song note, broken scooter, and paper. We will boop, boop. Do that. I think warning messages is supposed to be Solar Blossom disguising herself as Star Whistle and playing it. I don't know. You have to like listen to the story when it's there. Everything. Obviously, this part 3 is really hard to. It seems like it was really hard to do because of the lack of stuff after the fun never ends. It was ridiculous. So. No, I can't find my Chode. I can't find my Theo. My dog better fucking behave, dude. Okay, it's been like 2 hours. Holy shit. A piece of strawberry cake is fine. Acquisitions. That one's fine. And I know that the bakers, they literally like they have a first taste of Pinky. And they have to like relocate themselves. And then Twilight kicks in, the visit. Hold on. No, that's too on the nose. I just rather just say the visit. Yeah. I wonder why they call it visit. That's such a weird word. I feel like this should be 1 because if it's just a plan, it shouldn't be put. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Pinky's Island, the Bakers, Pinky's Island 2, welcome Chaos. Panic Attack. Yeah, I want to still. Don't pause my shit. Fuck is wrong with you? Fucking up my chi. Fucking up my chi, guys. No. I'm also gonna make this probably very short as well. Ooh. There's no way that Pinkie Pie would ever go after Spike. She would probably send Lavender Dawn and be like, I want you to kill Spike for me. He's a little fuckhead and he's gonna get in the way. La mieja, la muerto. La mieja, la muerto. The magic is dead. I love how there's a story called Magical Residue. It does. I was like, you know what? It sounds pretty cool as for an aftermath after what happens with, you know, Twilight and shit. I'm gonna fix this one as well. See a cabo. So, cabo. Let's see. And then also Sting. I think Sting's like the last one. They were using Solar Blossom for a long time. They got a lot of mileage out of her at this point, you can see, and then yeah, boop. And I love these. I love how Celestia is getting more and more like, more and more, whatchamacallit, more roles in here. You can tell like as you go along. Is this one gonna be short? No. These two are gonna be like, yeah. It seems like it. Everything's fine here. Yeah, everything seems fine except for this one I need to fix. We'll go down here. Onslaught. I'll bring it back. Never mind, it was Rocco. Rocco being Rocco. Also like how Princess Celestia has like one like Fear of Thy Jungle. And we got a side story. she's just like, she panics and then she leaves. It's like, bitch, where are you going? But here it's like, Celestia, she kind of is afraid of the jungle. And I want to explain why she's afraid of the jungle. So, at least how I see it is that Celestia has not been to the jungle, the Forbidden Jungle, since 1,000 years ago, probably. So, you got POVs, you got civic discussion, you got Inky and Blinky discussing stuff. I think there's about like 4 letters that Pinkie Pie writes. I could do a 5th one. Like, you know, Dear Miss Celestia 5, where basically like Pinkie Pie is like, basically in these stories, Pinkie Pie is like gloating to Celestia, and it's fucking hilarious. And it's basically a little cat and mouse, and there's people are gonna ask me, why isn't Celestia just get rid of her? Why is she playing this game? I don't know, maybe deep down Celestia maybe like it. I don't know. Fuck. They have the Alicorn. I think it's... No, the Alicorn amulet's in there. Why would they need the Alicorn amulet if they have the Grover Bell? You know what? I'm gonna ask that question to myself later. And this should be short. It's gonna get really hard because Discord also plays he also plays a piece in this, because his statue and everything else and the harmony elements are fucking, you know, practically dead at this fucking point. I could make it to where it's just 80 and the 2-parter of Disorderly Conduct could just be like Discord in itself without the Bakers. Oh, you know what I just got an idea of? Oh my fucking god. So I was thinking, if Discord has his own story, right? What if I told the other side of what was going on with the Bakers in Disorderly Conduct? Ooh, let's go. Wait a minute. I don't think I need that. Honestly, I'm not sure if I want to put... I should put the Alicorn Amulet first, and then the Grover Bell. They get the Grover... They have both items, but then once they get the Grover Bell, it's already over at this point. And Pinky's already kind of cornered and fucked. And, you know... Ooh. Yeah, like, okay, basically, like, okay, Disorderly Conduct is basically Discord, his whole entire story, but I was like, wait a minute, I've got it, if it's just Discord for those 3 fucking stories and one's a POV, might as well do a Baker's, like, what they're doing on the other side. So, like, Discord, he's doing his own thing, and then you got the Bakers, you know what I mean, of what they're doing. So it's like 2 sides of a coin. It's sort of like how I did it for Colt and fucking Eddie when they both fucking fought the Eros character and Soren or whatever. pretty much like Eddie had to like fucking throw hands and square the fuck up with the like fucking the baby clone or whatever, and he split himself into two. That's exactly what the fuck I want to do. And I want to include the POV of Discord. So I'm gonna go ahead and so this is a Discord oriented story, and Discord's gonna be fucking sadistic. Like, ain't no motherfucking MLP. I know. I really wanna do this, and I'm gonna do this. So where's my Theodore? I'm letting my dog eat too, because he needs to eat. Oh shit. I will be right back. I got sushi. Fucking $36. Not spending any more else than that. Hell no. I got... Oh. Why did I get 2 pairs of chopsticks? Oh well. Doesn't matter. I got sushi. It don't matter. Okay. I got the cherry blossom and what was it called? It's like a California roll with like crab meat and it's fried. It's really good. It's fucking good. It's not even fucking funny. Like the other one is like a cold. It's cherry blossom. I usually get sushi for my brain. I have B12, but you know you can get that shit from. Damn, that is looking good. What? Okay. Alright, I need something here. And I need 2 of these bastards here. Ooh, it's gonna be all hard. Also, I'm gonna mute because I don't want people to get it all with the sounds. Okay, hold up. I got this sushi from Yo Sushi, and yeah, it's called the Crown California, and it's got like the Crown California has crab meat, avocado, fish eggs, and I think the cherry blossom has tuna on it. Yeah. But it's shaped like a cherry blossom, and every time I go to eat sushi, yeah, sushi is like one of my favorite things to eat. If I went to Japan, my ass would get some of. I heard stuff tastes better in Japan and in their home countries. I mean, why else wouldn't it be? You know. We have a couple of sushi places over here. There's one by Baskin Robbins, I think, and it's on Huckleberries that we have. And we went there a couple of times, and every time we go there, the sushi was fucking fresh. Like, oh my god, me and my grandma adored that restaurant. We still do. She gets the bento box. So, hell yeah. I feel bad for people who live in like little towns and they can't experience this stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, I feel so bad for you guys. Sorry, this is this one is hot. Not like caliento, like fuego, but it's like it just came off the thing kind of deal. Let's see what comes in the bento box. It kind of depends. It's usually like you can get, obviously you get rice, you can get tempura, you can get like beef or chicken or whatever. It just depends on what they have. But I love the tempura, like vegetables and stuff. Those are so fucking good, dude. Oh my fucking god. I wanted to get miso soup, but it was an extra $2, and that would have been like 40 or some shit. I said no wasabi because I can't handle wasabi. I don't like wasabi. It's hot. I just don't like wasabi. I really don't. Wasabi is the enemy of my mouth. I can't believe I bought 2 of these things. It don't matter. I am a sucker for kimchi. I'm a sucker for Korean barbecue. I like the glass noodle, the beef glass noodle. Like, glass noodles are fucking so good. They're basically like noodles, but they're see-through. They're like clear, and they're in like beef soups and stuff like that. I love the beef soups. I love the kimchi. I remember I went to Hot Stone, the barbecue Korean place, and straight up I got like 2 fucking plates. It was kimchi and a fucking beef glass bowl. It was crazy. I was like, ooh. I was like, I'm gonna, and I ate that shit because I had money back then. I was a fat bitch. That's true. Wasabi kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, what else is there to add? I mean, you know what I mean? You can add it with a little bit of soy sauce. I guess it's okay with some sushis, I guess. I mean, you can have, I mean, the whole point of it is you're supposed to have, you know, it with sushi, whatever. I mean, it's a choice. Yeah. My grandma, she just fucking found out that the reasons why Asian people don't get fat is because they rinse their rice a couple of times, and that gets rid of the starch or something. No, I think you're supposed to rinse it or whatever. Rinse it a couple of times, She read that if you leave rice overnight and then reheat it, it would get rid of the starch or something like that. And it explains why Asian people don't get fat. That's what she said. Her words, not mine. So, like, I mean, honestly, that's the trick of it. I mean, Japanese diet is pretty straightforward. And then she put a text called eating. Here, I'll just switch it over to this instead. And I'll just boop, and we'll just talk. Because I'm also eating, and I don't want to have my project out while I'm eating. I'll switch it back over when I'm done. I have a lot of work on my plate. That's for sure. Sometimes I ask myself, why do I put myself in this position? That's true. Japanese diet. I'm gonna say this. I think Asian diets in general, all the diets that they have are pretty good. I think Japanese and Korean are my top priority. Like, if I were to go full on pescatarian, I would do a Japanese pescatarian diet type shit. A DMB chatting stream, yeah. Right now it's kind of like all over the place because I've been out of the works. I gotta unmod some people. Yeah, so the reason why they call it a cherry blossom is because they shape it to petals. Tyson, what are you doing? I wonder what my fucking nuisance of a dog is doing. What are you doing, Tyson? I have no idea where Theodore is at right now. He's fucking hiding. I might actually put the cherry blossom in the refrigerator for now. Actually, I'm gonna do that so that way it gets a little cold. There we go. Yay, everybody's happy. You gave me soy sauce too. Wait a minute, I forgot. Can you unmod people for me? Like, okay, hold on. I will give you. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Check your DMs. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, no, okay. I think you go to the settings or something. You have to go to like settings or something like that on desktop, some shit. What did Cam? Oh, nice. That's cool. I like how Cam comes up with a bunch of just PR designs. Oh, nice. Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god. No. You don't need to be present. You just need to unmod them. You can go in the settings, I think. I think settings or something like that. I don't know from a mod's point of view. All I know is my point of view. Oh my god! Wait, when is Happy Gilmore 2 coming out? I forgot Happy Gilmore 2 was coming out. And when the fuck is Panty Stocking coming out? What the fuck? When's the release date on that shit? Cause I've been waiting fucking forever. I've been waiting 5 months for this shit since they did. I know it takes a long time to do. It might be released up until next year. Who fucking knows? Anyways, I forgot Happy Gilmore's getting a sequel. I'm getting a fucking sequel, yo. Oh my god. No fucking way. They literally have Christopher McDonald. They have Christopher McDonald. The original who plays Shooter McGavin is gonna be in there. I was about to say, if the original Shooter McGavin ain't in there, I ain't with it, bro. And I'm so glad they got Christopher McDonald. Oh my god, dude. I love Adam Sandler movies, but I don't like okay, I like the art, but not the artist. I don't like, because there's certain things that Adam Sandler has done, and yeah, I'm not gonna go into further detail. But Happy Gilmore 2. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're gonna have Blake Clark for the role of the farmer Fran from The Waterboy. The one that goes, that one. If you ever seen The Waterboy, oh my fucking god, you have to see it. Oh my god, it's so fucking funny. Oh god. Oh my god. Nick Swartzen? Dog, we getting a bunch of fucking people coming back. Oh my god, that makes me happy right now. That just makes me happy right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is so cool. Okay, so July 25th, 2025. Mark your calendars. Oh my god. What are you doing? You bothering that cat? You better not. I'm gonna kick your butt. Oh my god, dude. I can't wait. If Adam Sandler decides to do a fucking sequel to Little Nicky, I'm watching that shit. I don't give a fuck. I love Little Nicky. I love Happy Gilmore. I love The Waterboy. I love Billy Madison. I fucking love his movies. I just don't like his. I just don't. And I'm gonna say this. I fucking hate Owen Wilson and I fucking hate Matthew McConaughey. I fucking hate them both. You know why? Because they're fucking annoying. They piss me off. Just recently, fucking Matthew McConaughey's bitch ass fucking starred in a commercial for AI. Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! The fuck out of here! Fuck Matthew McConaughey and fuck Owen Wilson, bro. Fuck both of them motherfuckers. I hate them. I fucking hate them. I don't know why, but I fucking hate them. I just fucking hate them. No reason why I fucking hate them. I just fucking hate them. They're fucking annoying, actually. That's a reason. Good. Wait, Panties Talking with Gartermel's coming on July? Where did you hear that from? What the fuck? How come I wasn't informed? Wait a minute. Where did you hear that from? What the fuck? They announced it July 2022. I remember that. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to... Because I don't know how long they've been working on Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt for. They could have been working on it for years. I could look on the Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt Reddit if I could. I joined it. Someone asked, are we still getting season 2? Somebody replied, we better get one. I can't go on Copium anymore. Let me see if I can find Panty and Stocking on the Reddit. Oh, somebody asked if the English VRs are coming back for the reboot. Ooh, girl. Panty, Stocking, scanning these VAs more than likely. Brief, pretty decent chance given Joel McDonald. MacDonald still does voice work. Corset. Chris Aries passed away. Ooh, I forgot about that. How the fuck are they gonna do that? Chris Sabat's not returning. Oh my god, I can't wait for this. Whatever is coming our way, I honestly, I'm all for it. Happy Gilmore 2, fucking Panty and Stocking, let's fucking go. Camp just fucking reminded me right now. Like, he just sent me a, yeah. fucking, oh my god. Oh my god. We will eliminate, yeah. Oh, sure, yeah, we will. We sure will. Oh my god, there's just a bunch of shit coming out, and I'm just happy because it's been 15 years now. Yeah! So apparently Chris Sabat's not fucking... He's not coming back. Because first of all, Christopher, he's white. I'm like, okay, but you have black people voicing white people all the fucking time. So what the fuck? Again, I understand, but it's like, it's also, but you have to realize that Christopher Sabat made Garter Belt's voice. They better find a fucking replica. They better find somebody to replace Christopher really fucking good. I'm gonna be fucking pissed off. If he sounds a bit off, I'm gonna fucking crash out. Like, it's fine to replace voice actors and shit, it's great, but like, Christopher Sabat, he made the voice of Garter Belt, and I understand people's concerns about that and it being problematic and shit, but like, come on. Oh my god, thank you so much, Rose. Oh my god, thank you for saying that shit. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. And I'm gonna say this. Black people were voicing white people, and nobody fucking gave a fuck. So why does it matter if a white man's doing a black man? When you have the opposite end, you have a black man voicing a white man. It's... I'd be surprised if an Asian voiced a fucking Mexican. I would not mind at all. I would not mind. As long as you're not making them stereotypically fucking Mexican, you're good. Like, stereotypes on Mexicans work only in, like, George Lopez because it's funny. Because we know it's fucking true. The stereotypes are fucking true. We know that. Like what George Lopez says. Yeah, and they're real things too. And they're part of our culture. But it's like, I'm gonna say this. I would not be surprised if some Asian man was voicing a Mexican man. I'm just saying right now, 100%, I feel like Garter Belt, whatever they do with Garter Belt, they better do it fucking right. I'm just saying, like, there are people of color that voice white people, so I don't understand why. And then you want to get on the fence about, oh, it just hurts my head, to be honest. Yeah, I get that, but it's like, people forget what voice acting is. It's playing a character. You know, you're playing a character, you're voicing somebody, you know, you're voicing a character, you're giving them life, and, oh my god, I don't want to sound fucking weird on here, but, like, I feel like I have to say it, like, why is it such a problem when a white man does it, but when a black man does it, you know what I mean, like, I don't want to get all racy here, but it's not, I literally am asking the question of, like, why do you think it's fair for a black man to voice a white man, and it's not okay for a white man to voice a black man? Like, make it make sense here. Like, what? I just hope to God that the voice actor they pick isn't gonna make him too, like, I know that Garter Belt is black as shit, like, you know, the way he sounds, but, like, I just hope they don't take it too extreme, is what I'm trying to say. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm being racy here or pulling the race card. I'm just asking a question. I'm asking a genuine fucking question. Why do you think it's okay for this to happen but the other thing not to happen? I know! I do agree, people should be actors regardless of anything. That's my opinion. Real. But I do believe, I will say this, what crosses the line for me is that if a white man is doing a black act, like a black role in a movie or something, like, or doing blackface, that would be fucked up. I mean, that's voice acting is voice acting. It's using your voice. Your voice has no, to me, your voice has no race. So does your fucking subconscious, and your consciousness and your awareness has no fucking race. Even though technically you're in a vessel. You know? I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Do not, like, get at me with the fucking knife at my throat, because I'm asking the genuine questions. I'm fucking Mexican and Puerto Rican, and I'm asking this. I'm not white. I sound white, but I'm not fucking white. I ain't no pinche cabrona. I ain't no fucking bruja. No. Vieja. No, I ain't no vieja. No. I ain't none of those. I ain't no puta. I ain't no... Yeah. I also feel like whiteface too is also bad as well. I'm sorry, but like if a black person is doing whiteface, it's the equivalent to black. It's still racist. Doesn't matter. Like the definition of racist is being prejudiced against a fucking another race, being an asshole. That word has no color. What do you mean? But no, I just feel like voice acting is different from acting. You know what I mean? Because acting, you're showing your face, you're showing your character, everything else. Voice acting, you're voicing a character. A character, you know what I mean? I just think it's kind of dumb for people to get mad at the whole, oh, a white guy. I'm like, well, you guys got black guys fucking voicing white guys. You got fucking black guys fucking voicing Mexicans, and Mexicans don't say shit. Mexicans do not say shit often. Honestly, there were people that thought that Mexicans thought that Speedy Gonzalez was fucking racist, and I'm like, you know what? I could take that as Latino culture. At least we get some representation, bro, in fucking media at that time. And plus, Mexicans thought that was the funniest shit ever. They really fucking rock with fucking Speedy Gonzalez, and I honestly I fuck with that shit too. Mexicans don't say shit. They don't say shit. I'm just saying, I don't mean to pull the get racy here. I don't mean to get all like weird like that, but like I'm asking a genuine question. I love Penny sucking with Garter Belt, but it's like, you know, like, but I'm just saying, Christopher Sabat, he made the voice of Garter Belt. And if they can find an exact replica of Garter Belt, of the voice that he's done, then I'm fine with that. As long as he's doing Garter Belt, and he's not going over the top, you know? Like, I'm just surprised that Christopher's not coming back, and honestly, that's just kind of sad. They had it in the bag with every motherfucking one of those roles, and it just wouldn't make sense. And and Corset's fucking voice actor, he died like a couple years back. So, fuck. What do we do from here? You know what I'm saying? It's, honestly, I think they would have VA replacements for the Corset because, yeah. But I'm asking, like I said, I'm asking a genuine question. I don't want to linger on it too long, and I don't want to pull that out. I'm just asking a question as a Mexican woman. Mexican woman. So I just think it's dumb, but I understand the other point of view why they think it's bad, but again, I just think it's dumb because it's called voice acting for a reason. Voice acting where you're not acting on screen, you're not, you know what I mean? Like, oh my god. So this is the type of stuff that divides us. What I've done to myself. When I had the fucking Transformers. Have you ever seen Transformers? The Michael Bay ones. What I've done. That fucking. I think it was at the ending of Transformers or whatever, and that's all I can think of. What I've done. Ah, shit. Let me see. Yeah, I do agree. I just hope to God that the voice actor that they pick next does a good job, and I'm pretty sure they fucking will. You know, it's just I want them to sound like Garter Belt, and I want them to, you know what I mean, like how it is, like. Other than that, there should be no dramatic voice change. It's just a voice actor being replaced. If they can't, they might have to hire him, Christopher. All I know is I hope that the VAs do a good fucking job, because they wrote season 1, the dialogue for it, and it's crazy work. the Japanese love Panty and Stockings English dubs so much they put it on the fucking DVD. They love they didn't like the Japanese dub. They love the English dub. Apparently, it seems like Japanese people like fucking the words fuck and shit and all the other stuff. It's apparent in animes and it's funny as hell. I love when Japanese people fucking cuss in American English and it's fucking hilarious. Especially when they do it in their own language like fuck or something. They're so fucking funny. I love them. They be living up in there and shit. I'm just happy that we're having a Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. They literally said they're gonna have they have many fucking seasons, ideas and stuff. It's crazy. Oh yeah, they love the English dub so fucking much at Panty and Stocking they put it on their DVDs. I'm not joking. Like, if you get a Japanese version of Panty and Stocking, what about the DVD or whatever, you'll probably find the English dub on there. I'm gonna tell you right now, Japanese people love the English dub. That's all I'm gonna say. They seem to like it more than the Japanese dub. So. Yeah, they did that. They did that alright. I was pretty surprised when that happened. I was like, oh, I didn't know they liked that. Yeah! They better fucking recognize it. It's a compliment. A big fucking compliment. If I was a voice actor and Japanese people were liking my shit, fuck yeah, I continue that shit. I cuss like a fucking sailor. I bet you the Japanese would fucking like me. They probably would. I'm sorry. Alkaline water is the best type of water. That's how I feel right now. Oh shit, what's today? Saturday. Hold on. Let me see if my place is open because they're extended hours. Oh, they're closing in 30 minutes. You know what? I'll just fucking call them tomorrow. I have like 25 bucks in my pocket. Got $20 in my pocket. Oh my god. Oh my god, this sushi is so fucking... It's so banging right now. Oh my god. I put the other one in the refrigerator so it can get a little cold because it's like a little soft right now. But I ate the top piece. Oh my god, and I ate another piece. I was like, oh, I haven't had that in a hot minute. Honestly, if I had the money, I would be ordering myself at least like 3 of these bastards. I don't give 2 shits. I would order Korean barbecue. I don't give a fuck. I'll eat that shit like a motherfucker. I'm just happy I got sushi. Originally I wanted a calzone, but I was like, nah, I had pizza that night. Oh yeah. And it's very rare for me to see Japanese people compliment English dub. I wonder what Japanese people think of English dub and anime, like in general. You know, like, do they prefer their own dub or what? Like, you know, I wonder. Oh man, ginger's great. A little spicy. Oh shit. Yes. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I went mute because I had to send a message to my to Vinny. All right. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised either. I would be like, wow. It's just a shocker. It's just kind of a culture shock to me that they would consider, you know, they would like English dub voice actors. It's just, maybe it's just a shock to me. Maybe it's not culture shock, but it's a shock. You know, you get it. I'm just happy that people like the English dub of Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. Alright. No. Let's go back over here. I'm gonna put another background image. This one's cool to watch. It has a cube. It's so cool. It's more awesome. It's Bryce 3D art and stuff like that. So let's see what we're doing. Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah! My theater! My heel! Oh! Are you stuck? Tyson! Jeez. Sorry, my cat got stuck apparently between like my dresser and my where I put my clothes in the basket behind it or whatever. It's like a little slither. He's all meowing. He's all meow. He's all, get me out of here. I'm like, okay. So I picked him up and Tyson's all getting in my way and I'm like, Tyson, get out of my way. And I had to go put him over there. He was meowing. He was being a big baby. Oh God. But what were we talking about? I forgot what we were talking about. We're talking about VAs or something like that. And Sakura, it's so good. The Sakura Blossom's so good. Okay. Um. We'll do. This. There we go. And I wonder what Discord's gonna do. Oopsie. The Bakers, blah blah blah. I'm surprised. I've been listening to DMB for the past couple of hours. I'm like an hour in and this shit is crazy work. It's brain fuel though. That's the best part about it. Peter's Domain? No, not Family Guy. Why is... Okay, so I have a playlist called Reads, and it's basically stuff I've like listened to before, but I would like to listen to it again. Then why not? Let's see. There is a fanfic called Psychosis, but it's nothing related to what I got going on. I also have the Silent Ponyville, like all three hours, which is crazy work. Oh my god, this could be hard. Hold on, because I got some good ones. We could literally like get down and dirty and actually do the 3-parter of Puppet to Her Fame. We could do that right now. But there is quite a few other ones. Like Psychosis sounds good, but there's also one called Wait, I Met a God Today, and Nightmare Magic, which actually, you know what? I'm gonna do just that. Oh my god! Yes! Fruitigrade Arrow! Which, by the way, I actually deleted that reality. Which I don't think you can do in real life, but like...
Are just a succession
yeah! I might, I redid the whole thing, and I did like a thing where it's just woman, like, what if women run a society? Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, you got me fucked up with that. You got me fucked up with that one. Alright. We're gonna listen to this.
Have you ever stopped to wonder what would happen if Princess Luna didn't watch over us in our dreams? We know that dreams aren't really real. Dreams are just a succession of images that occur involuntarily in the mind during the REM cycle of the sleeping stage. There have been a few...
You're wrong, Twilight! You're wrong! Dreams are other realities, you fucking fuck! And dreams have no awareness, while reality has the awareness. Fuck you mean? Twilight.
Studies done on the psychology behind dreams, but to this day, they are still not fully understood. There have been ponies in the past that have tried to uncover what it really means to dream, and why we do it. Today, they have yet to establish a clear purpose for dreaming, other than simply something for the mind to do while we rest. Is it simply because our minds are incapable of stopping and just letting itself run involuntarily autopilot? Or is there something, perhaps more magical, about dreaming? Dream interpretation has been practiced throughout the years by many a pony and zebras. They attempt to draw more meaning into our dreams. Interpreters were very useful during our time without Princess Luna. They helped us whenever we had really strong dreams, or they fell off. But now with the return of the princess, I feel like the magic within our dreams has been restored to something more powerful than it was before. If you've read my previous study on the magic of dreams, you already know that I have theorized and provided evidence in favor of the theory that dreams contain many magical components within them, many of which are hard to comprehend and will require further study to fully understand what they are capable of. So, if we carry that knowledge over to this study and ask the question, what is actually happening to us in the dream world? And what would happen if we're left to our own devices within the chasm of darkness? Would there be any real consequences to our mind and physical body? Or is it nothing more than subconscious images reflecting our worries inside our hearts? There is a much deeper meaning to what I am asking. The following is the experiment that was conducted on the 27th moon of fall in the Castle of Friendship in Ponyville. The subject undergoing the procedure was myself, Princess Twilight Sparkle. Conducting the experiment was also me. My trusty assistant Spike ran the data and documented the experiment as it occurred. As for my failsafe/overseer, Princess Luna, the Guardian of Dreams was there to ensure my safety. At 20 hours, we began the setup. Spike assisted in attaching me to a heart monitor and neural transmitter. I looked over my dictaphone and took a few more spare notes. We ran a test to ensure that the equipment was in working order. Test successful. Everything seemed to be in order. 20:45 hours. Princess Luna allows the start of the experiment. From this point on, the information gathered is based on what Spike documented in the log during the time of the event, as well as my personal experience. I must inform the audience that Spike was informed to write the log any way he wished. His job was to document the events as he witnessed. As long as that was accomplished, it shall not affect the end result of the experiment. Testing, testing. Princess Twilight Sparkle, present and accounted for. Spike, say your name.
Spike here!
Princess?
We are present.
Okay, excellent. Today is the 27th moon of fall. As I've documented in my notes, we will be conducting the first experiment of absence of dream magic. This information shall prove useful for our investigation. Time is now 20:46 hours. We will begin in 15 minutes. Recording of data will continue throughout the process.
Twilight Sparkle, we are concerned over this.
With all due respect, Princess, we need to know this information not just for you, but all of Equestria. They need to understand what we are dealing with here.
They know well enough. They need not worry about these things. That's what I'm here for.
Yes, but Princess, you won't always be here. It's been evident in the past that anything is possible.
Twilight, we are able to handle ourselves.
But what about all those times you've been kidnapped? How about when Tyrek stole your power?
There are some laws of magic that cannot be worked around. You know this, young Sparkle. Even we are unable to break the unruly laws of nature.
Well, then there's even more reason to go through with this. What if someone stole your magic and prevented you from going into another one's dreams and the whole world is left without you to protect them from themselves? All those dreams and nightmares left to run about and do as they please, fear running rampant through the streets. Ponies drove to complete madness, a never-ending hell.
Young princess, you cannot let the fear of the future control you.
So you admit it could happen?
I'm simply stating that you can imagine many possible outcomes of the future and stress to no end over it. But have you not learned that it is no use worrying over what may come?
You're right. I know you're right. But we have to do this.
Twilight.
You already agreed, so there's no point in going back now. You'll make sure everything runs smoothly and I don't get hurt.
I cannot control everything, Twilight, especially if you keep insisting that I draw back my power.
I'll be careful. I promise.
Experiment log. Spike here. I don't really know how to write an experiment log, but I'll do the best I can. All right. So, it's about 9 o'clock, and the subject finally went to sleep. Princess Luna is present, so I believe that helped her. I'm not allowed to go near her the whole experiment unless necessary. Neither is the princess, so we won't mess up the results. But Princess Luna's still keeping an ear out for her dreams, just in case it gets too dangerous. Twilight said I didn't have to write everything down, just the important stuff. So I'll check in again in an hour. Side note, Twilight tends to snore. I relate to the experiment, just thought I'd mention it. 10 o'clock. Twilight is sleeping pretty good. Heart rate's normal, neural scan's normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. Princess Luna hasn't sensed anything, so she's reading a book. And I, Spike, am reading a comic book. 11 o'clock. Vitals are still normal. Subject. Twilight has moved around a bit, but it appears your dreams may still be harmless. Princess Luna still hasn't heard anything. I, Spike, have finished my comic. So, I'm gonna look for another book. 12 o'clock. Vitals look good. Subject Sparkle is doing well. I'm getting really tired. Princess Luna's, is drinking coffee. I don't like coffee. Subject Sparkle jerked her leg at about 12:36, but her vitals were going smoothly. 1 o'clock. Vitals? Normal. The subject is fine. Princess is awake.
2 o'clock. The young dragon has fallen asleep. I have taken upon myself to fill in the slot for this hour. Subject Sparkle is still sleeping well. I'm quite surprised. Vitals are all normal, and her mind seems to be calm. 3 o'clock. Something is happening. Heart rate is rising. Her neural scan is showing some more activity. 3:15. Her heart rate has risen significantly. The neural scan seems to be showing something, but I don't understand what it means. 3:30. Everything is happening very quickly. It's hard to keep up with the data myself. She is thrashing in her sleep. I can feel her dreams start to call to me. I must resist. 3:45. I've taken upon myself to remove the young dragon from the room. He need not witness what is happening here. Her heart rate won't stop beating so furiously. 4 o'clock. She's quieted down, but she still hasn't awoken. Quite strange. 4:30. I'm removing the subject from the dream. I cannot allow this to continue. 5 o'clock. It's extraordinarily difficult to pull her out. Heart rate high, neuroscan undeterminable. I cannot imagine how damaged she'll be after this. The experiment has been terminated. Log end.
Subject Twilight Sparkle's statement. It's 9 p.m. About one day after the experiment. I was too out of sorts to record anything at that time after the experiment. So, we had to delay this statement. Current status is not good. My heart quickens at every sound. I haven't been able to sleep for hours. I'm tired. Exhausted. It's hard to describe what I experienced that night. But I have to journalize this, so I will do my best. The first thing I remember was darkness. It seemed as if I was in a windowless room. It was completely empty. Yet, it still felt familiar in a way, as if I had been there before. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything. I then decided to light my horn. The soft glow helped me see a little better, but the darkness was very strong. I looked for a bit more. Then, I saw something on the ground, a few feet from my hubs. I stepped towards it to see what it was. It turned out to be my doll, Smarty Pants. She was laying down on her stomach, facing away from me. I smiled at her, then proceeded to walk past her. I walked through the dark, trying to find an exit perhaps. I was somewhat aware I was dreaming, so I tried to add a little logic to my brain. If there wasn't a door, maybe I could make one, or I could think my way out of this room. You know, imagination, something else instead of this darkness. I took a few more steps, then I saw something ahead of me. It was really small, so it was hard to tell what it could be. But the closer I walked towards it, the more familiar it felt. There was Smarty Pants again, but this time, she turned a little, facing me more directly. I simply shrugged it off and kept walking. Not 5 steps later, I saw it again. This time, Smarty Pants was looking right at me. It freaked me out a little, so I decided to turn the other way. Yet, from the moment I turned, I walked straight into a wall. I rubbed my nose and was confused, but I was in a room just a second ago, right? I rubbed my magic a little to see if I could brighten it. I soon regretted that. In the far left corner was a dark form, sitting on a small dollhouse. I knew better than to walk towards it, but couldn't find the will to move away either. I kept my eyes on it, curious if it would just come towards me. Dreams do tend to do that, and since I was aware I was dreaming, I was curious if I could stop it if necessary. So, I proceeded to try to persuade my dream to curve in a different direction. Maybe give me a bit of power on my end of the corner, if you will. That wasn't the case, though. I felt the dark form flying inside my body, trying to overtake my being, as if by some involuntary response, began to claw my chest, as if I could pull it out of me. I kept bashing my hoof against my chest, over and over and over again, until I could feel the tip of my hoof piercing my skin. Couldn't stop hitting my own chest. Kept bashing my hoof harder and harder against it until I could feel blood dripping down my hoof. Celestia, it hurt. I've never hurt so terribly in my life. I wanted to stop. I tried to stop. I kept yelling at myself to stop. Blood covered my hooves and chest as I began to cry. The pain overwhelmed me. Finally, I opened my eyes. I was in my room. I could hear Spike snoring. I could hear the machines beeping around me. Princess Luna's voice. Thanks, Celestia. Princess Luna pulled me out before anything more severe happened. Such a relief to be out of that dream. But then I heard something. I glanced over to the side of the room, as well as Luna. I couldn't tell what made the noise. I thought I'd get up to check it out. But for some reason, I couldn't move any part of my body. I tried to lift my legs, but they felt as if iron had been tied to them. I attempted to lift my head up, but I couldn't move it either. I struggled against the state, but it was no use. I was stuck. It was at that moment that I started to see something. Something unpony. Something magical. Something... It looked like some sort of dark force of magic, but the shape was completely irregular. It had no face, yet I could still feel it, staring right into my very soul. It hovered over my body, lowering slowly onto my chest. I felt the pressure of its weight, but I couldn't see it properly. All it was darkness. Then it started to choke me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't defend myself. I was just a lifeless form, trapped in my body. I screamed inside myself, feeling the force build up in my chest, feeling the crushing weight on my chest and throat, the absence of oxygen burning my lungs. I kept trying and trying and trying to fight. But the more I tried, the harder it clutched at my throat. I felt the very life leaving my body, the blood pulsing through my veins, the slight bulge of my eyes. But then I finally woke up. Sweat covered my body, my heart rate was shot, scans were undeterminable. I examined my body to see if any physical damage had happened, but I couldn't find anything, except for some slight bruises around my legs. After regarding the results, as well as my personal experience, this experiment has shown that it's too risky to attempt to dream without magic. There are too many dark forces out there attempting to destroy ponies within themselves. I have shown that much and will not study this any further. This is the last I will speak of it. It's 12:07. Hopefully, I'll sleep a little tonight. Methods. Information will not be disclosed for safety purposes. Do not recreate this experiment.
Dear Sister, I am writing to inform you about my recent arrival to assist your former pupil, now Princess Twilight Sparkle, in her study of sleep magic. Despite my earlier advice against it, her determination prevailed. I arrived yesterday, on the 27th moon, albeit a bit later than anticipated. I trust you've had a chance to review the accompanying documents. If not, you should read them before you continue this letter. Then all I say will make sense. As you can see, I wasn't present during the time the experiment was conducted. I'm currently by the young one's side, attempting to pry her from this deep sleep she's been cursed under. Her dragon assistant is currently absent at the moment, so it may be hours by the time you receive this message. Unfortunately, Twilight Sparkle remains unresponsive. Every night I've tried to reach her dream, but so far I've been unsuccessful. It's extremely frustrating and disheartening. She's right here in front of me, yet I cannot reach her psyche. Please, come as quickly as you can. Your sister, Princess Luna.
It was a very interesting fucking story. A little confusing, I guess. Alright then. Oh, Gabby Shy did Silent Ponyville endings. There's different Silent Ponyville endings. So and this one's called What Lurks Outside the Door. It's by Sparrow9642. Iconic.
Three taps. And it all started with those three little noises. Sunny Glade, a young mare out on her own now, had not taken the noises as much more than some tapping in the night on her front door. It was probably just some critter that was trying to get in, so she had left some bowls of food and water out for it, whatever the little creature was. It didn't work. Every night, she would once again hear the tapping. She was a light sleeper, and her ears deathly sharp on picking up sound. A skill she had gained in her career as a musician. She could literally hear a pin drop. The next night, she decided to confront whatever it was, and as soon as she heard the tapping, she grabbed her flashlight and stormed down and threw the door open. But no pony was there, and no matter how hard she looked, she didn't see any traces of any pony in the vicinity. Even the bowls she had left out were untouched. The only thing she could see was a slight indent in the wood of her door, where something pointed had been poking at it. Sunny Glade huffed and suspected that the culprit was just some sort of late-night prankster, or a drunk with a mean sense of humor. She decided to make a call to the guards in the morning. But as she had closed the door, the tapping started yet again. Sunny Glade threw open the door, and again was met with absolutely nothing. For a few moments, Sunny felt scared. She quickly went back inside and locked the door and used the chain lock as well. She was sure that whoever was bothering her was just a harmless prankster, but she still felt a little safer with the extra lock on. She was a single mare out on her own in an unfamiliar town she had just moved into. It would not be uncommon that she might attract the attention of a stallion with ill intentions on her person. She made a firm mental note to call the guards in the morning about this. She went back to sleep soon after, but slept lightly with her can of pepper spray on her nightstand. The next day, she had called the guards before going to work. Her band had practiced for a concert in a few days, and Sunny had to be ready for it. She could not let the events of last night ruin her mood or her skill. When she had returned home that afternoon, she smiled at the sight of the 2 guards doing an extra patrol in her area of the town. She gave the 2 guards a wave, and they waved back to her. Sunny went into her house, feeling confident that the tapping would stop. After dinner, and a warm romance novel with a particularly heated engagement between the 2 protagonists that left Sunny blushing, she had slipped into a blissful sleep, content that tonight she would finally have peace and quiet. 3 taps. Sunny gasped as her eyes shot open and she bolted up in her bed. It was that same sound again. Sunny got out of bed and listened, hoping to hear a scuffle or the guards putting the cuffs on whatever sick bastard was tormenting her. 3 taps. That was all she heard, again and again. In a sequence of rhythm, Sunny sucked in a breath and slowly made her way downstairs. The tapping noise kept up and seemed to get louder with each step that she took. As she drew closer to the door, the tapping stopped. Sunny held her breath and waited and waited. She must have waited for several minutes before smiling and figuring that the culprit was finally gone. Then came the scratching. The sound of nails or claws racking against her door made Sunny jump up and look at her door. She rushed and threw open the door, and once more saw nothing outside. Her eyes slowly looked to her door now, and she felt her heart grow still and a chill run up her spine. 3 long scratch marks drew down her door, just under the tapping mark. But worse, as Sunny shined her light on the marks, saw the faint red glow of blood mix into the wood on her door. She looked outside and saw no sign of the guards. Sunny did not want to jump to any conclusions. Maybe they were chasing whoever was behind this sick joke. Suddenly she heard 3 scratches, and Sunny froze, hearing the scratching noise. This time from the trees not far from her home, leading into the local wildlife park. It was hard to see in the dark, and her flashlight's beam did not extend far, but she could hear the scratching. 3 taps. Sunny quickly slammed the door and locked it. She sucked in a breath and covered her ears. Why? Why? Who would be doing this to her? She had never done anything wrong to any pony. What reason did they have to do this to her? Was it some sort of a sick game? And where were the guards? Was it some sort of animal? Sunny's thoughts bothered her so much that she nearly leapt out of her skin when she heard the tapping noise once more, but this time at her door. Sunny looked at the door before quickly running upstairs to her room and slamming and locking the door. She threw herself under the covers and threw her pillow over her ears. She hoped and prayed that it would just muffle out the noise. Then came a tap, along with a scratch, then another tap, and another scratch. Sunny did not get any sleep that night. The following day, tired and exhausted, Sunny went down to the guardhouse, hoping to demand an explanation. When she arrived, she saw that all the guards were busy, and when she came up to the desk, the pony there took her down to the captain's office. She asked why she was brought down there, and wished she had not. The 2 guards that had been sent to patrol her neighborhood had been found just outside of town at the edge of the woods. Their bodies were hanging from the trees, mutilated as if something had torn them apart. The autopsy was still in the works, but whatever had killed them must have done it swiftly and instantly. The captain asked her if she knew of anything that could help the investigation, though Sonny felt he wondered if she was just behind it. She told the captain everything about the past few nights. The captain hummed, rubbing his cheek.
"Thank you. That will be all,"
he said, before letting Sonny leave. Sonny left the guardhouse feeling disturbed and sick. More so, she felt worried. What in the world had killed the guards? Was it whatever was tapping at her door? Sonny felt a chill later that evening, and she practically ran home after practice and locked all of her doors and windows. She held tightly to a bat she had in the closet, wishing she had the bits for a spell gun. She then waited. An hour passed before she finally heard it. 2 taps, following a scratch. Sonny sucked in a breath, but slowly tiptoed down the stairs to her door. Her brain was telling her to run and hide, but Sonny was sick of running and hiding. She was tired, exhausted, terrified even. If this was some sort of animal, she wanted it gone. She wanted her life back. She wanted peace and quiet. Yet if whatever was out there was dangerous, she did not want to go rushing out. So slowly and with held breath, Sonny stood up on her hind legs and peeked through the door's spyglass hole and tried to see if she could catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. What she saw sent a chill up her spine and nearly had her recoil in fright. There, outside of her door, stood a tall, lanky figure. It was shrouded in the night, but Sonny was sure she could make out a pale, almost stretched out like skin on a thin, almost bone-like body. The creature, whatever it was, sat crouched on its long, spindly limbs that folded backwards. Its front legs acted more like a minotaur's arms and were folded up to allow its long, thin, pointed claws to tap at the wood on her door. Its head was round and oval-shaped, with no signs of ears and no hair at all. In fact, the creature's entire body was hairless and had no indication of if it was male or female. It just sat there, tapping at her door. Sonny watched with a sense of terror building at this creature. She held her breath, afraid that any movement or breathing would alert it to her presence. 2 taps. 1 scratch. The creature went on with its pattern before its head slowly moved to stir up at her door. Sonny fought back a scream as she looked at the oval-shaped head, with nothing more than 2 big red eyes with no distinct iris. No nose, not even a mouth that she could see. The way the creature stared at the door was almost as if it was staring right through the spyglass. Sonny could only stare back. Slowly, the creature then lifted its claw from the door and began tapping on the outside portion of the door's spyglass hole. Sonny screamed, falling back with a thud, and she moved away from the door as fast as she could. Then came the 4 taps. It knew. It knew she was in there. It knew that she had been looking at it. Sonny began to hyperventilate, rushing into her living room. She then proceeded to grabbing her couch, and with strength that she never knew she had, pushed it against the door to act as a barrier, and rushed up back to her room. She did the same with her bed, pushing it against the door. She did not sleep that night either, only sat in a corner of her room, watching the window and the door, listening to the tapping at her door. Sunny began to cry, begging for it all to just stop, praying to whatever higher power there was to deliver her from this nightmare. The tapping eventually stopped, but Sunny still did not move. She just listened and watched. As she looked to her bedroom door, the sound of glass being tapped against brought her attention to her window. Sunny screamed again as she saw the silhouetted form of a long spindly claw-like appendage and an oval-shaped head crawling up her house wall and tapping at her window. The creature stared at her, silent and constantly tapping. Sunny screamed and threw herself into the closet. She stayed awake all night, clutching her bat tightly. When the sun finally rose that morning, the creature was gone, but it had left deeper marks into her door and scratches on her window. Sunny cried that day, and she did not go to practice. She had to leave. She had to get out, to get away from this town, to get away from this creature. But she couldn't. She had spent so much money on this home. Her savings were low, and she did not have the bits to buy a new house, much less an apartment in the city. And even if she could sell her house, who would buy it? She was trapped in here, in this town, in this house. And Sunny felt that the creature knew it. 4 days after, Sunny did not sleep a wink. Her music practice faltered, and she was cut from the band. Every night, the creature would return to tap at her door or scratch at it. It never went to the window again, just her door. Still, she had nailed the window covered with boards just to be sure. Sunny tried to ignore the sounds, but always she could hear it in her head. The 3 taps. Like a constant companion it was, haunting her mind and driving her crazy. Sunny felt like she was going to lose her mind, when one day she heard something when she had peeked outside of her bedroom door to stare down the stairs to her front door. A click. In the dark, she barely made out the slender, dark shape of a claw-like appendage, thin and spindly, worming its way through the door. It must have made a hole in her door with its constant poking, and now its finger could slide into her home. Sunny watched with horror as the claw moved like a snake, its multi-jointed points moving to flick at the lock on her door and push away the chain. The door slowly slid open, and the creature crawled in on all fours. Sunny slammed her bedroom door shut, locked it, and threw her bed once more against the door, following her nightstand, and covered herself in her blankets in a corner and hid under them. 3 taps. The sound began again, this time on her bedroom door. It had been about a week now. Sunny was tired, exhausted. Her health was terrible, and she could barely focus anymore. She hadn't left the house in days, fearful to even leave her house even during the day. Every night, the tapping noise would come back, with scratching in between each tap. 1 tap, 1 scratch. 1 tap, 1 scratch. Sunny sucked in a breath at the pause of the noise, and fear gripped her heart as she heard it. The dreaded click. It unlocked her door. The door opened and bumped against her bed. The creature slammed against the door, against the bed, each time moving it until there was a tiny gap in the door. Sunny watched in horror as the thin creature slowly crawled through the gap, its oval-shaped head squeezing through the gap, and it crawled around the bed. Sunny turned and hid herself under the covers, looking away as much as she could. But she could hear it moving. It was right next to her. She could feel its breath against her. She could feel its spindly claws dragging themselves across the covers covering her body, making slight ripping sounds against the fabric as it did. Then the noise sounds against her wall, just above her head. 4 taps. Sunny began to cry, not sure what to do. This creature standing just inches from her, tormenting her with that infernal noise. It never once stopped, even as she cried. Sunny couldn't take it anymore. That noise, that horrible noise. Sunny began to hit her head against the wall, trying to drown out the tapping noise. She kept going all through the night, her head and the creature's claws moving in sync with each other. 1 tap. Another tap. Another tap. Sunny stared at the white walls of her new room. The light was bright, but her room was comfy and soft. She tried to move, but found her limbs restrained in her new coat. She couldn't quite remember how she had gotten there. It was all so very fuzzy. The guards had shown up at her house, apparently alerted by something. They had taken Sunny away from her home and brought her down to the hospital. Apparently she couldn't go home. She said that she was sick. They were very nice though. They gave her a new jacket to wear all the time and even gave her this lovely room. She was even part of a new community. These ponies were nice to her and very cheerful. Some would always burst into laughter for no reason at all. Yes, it was a fine community. And the room. Sunny loved her new room. It was so peaceful, so quiet, and the walls so very soft, almost like snow. Sunny liked the walls. They didn't hurt her head as much. Slowly, Sunny tilted side to side in her new room, humming to herself a little tune, enjoying the soft press of her walls against her head every few seconds. She thought also she could hear something at her door. 4 distinct taps.
tock, tick 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 tock. The clock beats to a rhythm, but it holds no time. The precious beats tell me the time is still flowing, though. There's no need to know how much of it has passed. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. The clock is an old friend. Though I don't always know he's there, he is always waiting for me. It's comforting to know he has the patience to wait for me to need him. He'll be waiting for me when I need him again. But I'll be leaving him again soon. I'm sure he understands. He can't help but understand. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I rise. It's time for me to wander. My friend will wait once more as I begin my walk. I wander away, not too far, but my desire has me moving. I walk to the forest I've known all my life. The familiar trees welcome me back to their depths. They've always felt like a second home to me. Not that my home ever felt homely. The woods were always my getaway. These woods are empty now. They used to be filled with so many friends. They all left a long time ago, but I still visit in memory of those friends. I reach the old picnic table, wearing away with age, it's starting to rot away. No one has taken care of it in my absence, but I don't mind. This table played host to my parties before anyone knew I liked to throw parties. Balloons lay scattered around, long since deflated. Old streamers line the trees, confetti is scattered amongst the leaves and grass. So many parties were thrown here, so many of my friends would I invite. They loved my parties, every moment of them. This table would often become covered in the remains of a good partying day. It's been so long since I saw it repainted that wonderfully glossy, deep red color. All that remains are the old stains of parties long since gone. Ah, the memories of our games are strong, though. My favorite game was always Surgeon, a game that always required a high level of skill and precision. My friends loved to make it harder on me, too, by squirming and trying to escape my hold, but it was all in good fun. I would take them apart and see what made them tick inside. Then we'd have the ingredients to make the most wonderful snacks for all our friends. Ah, my mouth still waters at the deliciously salty, though slightly bitter taste.
This is called I Met a God Today. Apparently it sounds like it's from the point of view from that killer in Silent Ponyville, the one that killed Bellamina. It sounds like it. And I'm reading the comments right now as we speak. It's called I Met a God Today.
Ah. Tick tock, tick tock. Time is slipping by now. I can see the clouds starting to form, and they'll be blocking Celestia's sun soon. I can tell from the formation that they're preparing for a rainstorm tonight. I still have business to deal with elsewhere, so I should continue moving before it gets too late. I don't want to get caught in the downpour. I begin to leave the forest. I don't know how much time has passed, but my body seems to be moving as if on instinct. This particular path is one that has become ingrained into me over time. While I try not to do the same thing over the course of a few days, this is the one thing that does not change. Leaving the forest, I soon enter a realm of empty darkness. It's been devoid of anything for as long as I remember it. I don't know why it was made so desolate, but it seems nothing can be built here. Everything is darkness, from the floors to the walls and the sky. I reach the end of the dark realm, and I sit down. Before me sit the gates of the gods, separating me from them. I wait here every day. I've gotten the timing down. If I wait here, I'll see a god. As if on cue, a brilliant light flares up, the light that tells me a god has made itself known. Its figure appears in the light, a silhouette of its true self. It comes forth and stands before me, standing behind the gate of the gods. I smile at the god. I can't see too well into the bright light, so I squint my eyes just to see what I can. Metal crashes to the ground. I hear the god give a loud, angry huff before I see the figure raise its front leg and kick something, followed by the loud cry of metal scrapping along the ground. The god then turns and walks away, taking his light with him as the world returns to the darkness. My vision clears, once more able to see everything that resides in the darkness. At my hooves, I see the food that has appeared before me. A bowl of brown, mushy gruel, a gift from the gods. I give my thanks to the god, as I then begin to eat the food I have been given. It's not the most delicious food I've ever eaten. No, that particular dish will always have a special place in my heart. But for what it is, it's a good meal. I finish every last speck of what's in the bowl. Once I finish, I give my thanks to the god. I've always enjoyed getting gifts. This one, even as simple as it is no exception. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. I finally leave the darkness. Another god won't show up for a long time now, so I can go back to finishing what I need to. The road appears before me from the darkness as the world returns. The road splits before me, but I know which way I'm going. One will take me to the forest I've already been to, so now I must head for the city. It doesn't take long to reach. The cityscape is always a magnificent sight. The buildings tower over me as I walk its streets. Shops of all types litter every corner and fill the world with bright colors and signs. I walk past the memories of ponies once gone by, going into a store I remember well. Up and down the aisles, past the memories of items I saw long ago. I know what I'm looking for today. I stop before a little red book, one I know quite well and enjoy very much. I pick it up and walk out of the aisle to the register. I give my memory of the cashier the memory of my money, and they accept it happily. I carry the book out of the store, opening it to read the contents. It's a cookbook, one filled with many types of recipes. My favorite section is the desserts. I've memorized every recipe in the book, and I love just to refresh my memory. Stir the eggs and the flour, add in the sugar, add milk, add flavor. Cook in the oven till the centers are dry. The book never mentions my favorite extra ingredient, but that must be because it's such a secret for something to taste that good. I found it out myself, but I won't share unless someone asks. It's my personal favorite recipe. I stop in front of the city's largest building, a tower that rises about the city to view the surroundings. It's a favorite tourist spot, and it's magnificently built. I enter the building and begin my climb to the top. It's a long walk to the top, but the trip is always worth it every time I visit the city. It takes me a time that I don't know before I finally step foot on its observation deck. The entire city can be seen from this view. The forest, The clouds being built up for the storm, and even the river just before my house. A glorious view of my whole world. The memories of ponies enjoy the view as well, gazing out in awe. It's certainly wonderful just to spend this bit of time seeing everything. Tick, tock, tick, tock. As I leave the tower, the clouds have grown dark and begin to cover the sky. I can no longer see the sun. The rain begins to pour slowly. I make haste to try and escape the rain so that I won't be caught in the downpour. I reach the city's edge soon enough, but it's too late. The rain is coming down as a torrent now. Lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating the world for brief periods of time. Many a pony have gotten lost and gone missing in storms like this. I do my best to head in the direction of home, fighting the wind and rain with every step. I remember the way home, though. My hooves have walked it so many times before that they don't know any other way. It's a battle to walk, but I am determined to make it. Home is just within reach, and I can overcome the challenge before me. The wind howls in my ear, overpowering almost all other sounds. It's good for the land, but I need to make my way out of this storm. Once I get out of the storm, I'll be in a warm house. There will be a nice warm fire waiting for me. A shelf filled with all the things I've purchased over the days. Mementos of days long by that I remember fondly. This storm is just an obstacle that is wasting my time. I will defeat it and be with my belongings soon. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I stumble past the river as the storm begins to calm down, slowly passing by overhead. The last few trickles hit my nose before it's gone. I'm before my wooden shack that I call home. Alone by itself in this plain, but it's where I stay. I look up into the now cloudless clear sky, looking into the night that has fallen. The moon has risen and is in full view today. The stars, they shine so brightly, and the moon looks beautiful. I can see the mare in the moon again tonight. Her beauty resonates within me. I remember her tale so well, that after 1,000 years, she will return to bring nighttime eternal. I would like to live in a world where the night lasts forever. The sun is bright and hot, where the nights are cool and gentle. The night has always given me a sense of comfort. Parties are the best at night, especially my kind of parties. Other ponies may like the day, but the night is where I feel the most comfortable. I sit outside a little longer, enjoying the moonlight. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Inside my home, I put the memory of the little red cookbook on the shelf, next to the memories of the other books I've memorized. It brings a smile to my face to see my collection. I turn and greet the friend I left behind that day. He welcomes me back home with the rhythmic beat. I sit by the warm fire that burns in my house, enjoying the crispy, warm flames. Tomorrow is another day, but I don't feel like sleeping. I just want to enjoy the comfort before me. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. The clock beats to a rhythm, but it holds no time.
And you're telling me this prisoner never leaves his cell?
Celestia asked the guard that had handed her a note from the prison that held this prisoner. It was their yearly mental evaluation of him.
Yes, Your Highness. He's also never been given any items or time outside of his cell. The guards believe that everything described in his evaluation are from the pictures he's painted on his walls in his own blood.
I see.
Celestia said, not sure what to make of the letter, as she rolled it back up.
Your Highness, I know how this is going to sound, but the prison has asked for a special permission to allow them to execute this prisoner.
The guard hesitated to explain it.
What? They know I've strictly forbidden executions of any pony. Why would they ask me to make such an exception?
The idea of accepting an execution request made her angry. She hadn't allowed an execution in over 400 years. Seeing any of her subjects killed made her stomach twist.
Well, Your Highness, it's not just for his heinous crimes. He's convicted of foal napping, imprisonment, and cruel and unusual torture, murder, cannibalism. But not only that, he's unknown to anyone. In all of his time imprisoned here, he's never once had a visitor. Not only that, he's never revealed his name. He's only known as the Colt amongst the staff and guards.
The guard turned his head as he spoke of the Colt, holding back his anger at the very thought of what he's done.
He would not be missed if he was executed.
Celestia stared in silence at her guard. She gritted her teeth. She knew if there was any pony that deserved death, it was that one. His crimes were the most severe that any pony born this century had ever seen. She had personally seen worse in her 1,000 years of life, but she could never convey that to her subjects.
I'm sorry, but I can't accept this request.
Celestia turned her head away, closing her eyes to hold back her anger.
Even if he's committed murder, even if he is the most deserving of death, to kill him would make some pony else a murderer. Forgive me for allowing him to live, but I cannot allow murder of any kind.
As you command, Your Highness.
The guard bowed to Celestia before walking off to give the prisoner their answer. He left the throne room, closing the door behind him, leaving Celestia alone for the moment. Celestia let out a soft sigh as she looked up at the ceiling.
There have been no wars or atrocities for several centuries now. I want to keep this peace for as long as I can. Even if that means leaving some alive, that would be better dead.
Celestia closed her eyes in thought.
I only pray that the families that have lost their loved ones can forgive me.
The door creaked open, expelling the scent of freshly baked pies into the evening air. A little pale yellow filly peered up at me, unafraid and curious.
Can I help you with something, mister?
She squeaked, her high-pitched voice not mixing well with the country accent. I smiled as warmly as I could, standing as I was in the brisk shadows cast by sunset. Part of me wanted to push straight past the filly and into the toasty house, but if legends were to be believed, such an action could have very well spelled my doom. I'm here to meet with Miss Applejack. Immediately, her eyelids lowered halfway.
Oh,
she said in a bored tone.
Probably some business associate, ain't ya?
Not quite. I'm an independent investigator, attempting to...
I don't need your gibberish. Hold up a moment and I'll get my sis.
The filly rolled her eyes and stepped back inside, closing the door. I adjusted my suit, somewhat offended at being treated so rudely. Of course, all it took was the distant baaing of some sheep to remind me where I was. I decided to relax my standards, if only for an evening. These ponies weren't the first of their kind I had spoken to in recent days, but hopefully they would be the last. Everything I had found pointed me here, to a mare named Applejack. Maybe she could finally give me the full story. The door opened once more, this time revealing a mare the same height as me. She had a slightly dirty-looking orange coat, and her blonde mane was tied back, both signs of a hard-working pony. Her eyebrows rose in my suit.
I don't do business after dark, especially not with strangers.
I shook my head. I'm not a business pony. Learning from my mistakes before, I kept things simple. I'm just looking for the truth.
Truth, huh?
She chuckled.
Well, you came to the right place, didn't you? You're looking at the element of honesty.
Her mirth faded quickly, though, and she tossed a suspicious glance my way.
What kind of truth are you looking for?
The tension in my mind was palpable as I answered her. What happened to Sheriff Brayburn 2 years ago? She gave me a hard, appraising look, and for a moment I thought she was going to slam the door in my face. But then, to my extreme relief, she sighed and stepped to one side.
Y'all better come inside.
I silently followed her into the house. The entry hallway was short, with 2 doors on either side. She pushed through the first one on the left and brought me into a family dining room. A round table with a checkered tablecloth sat in the center of the room, with 7 chairs around it. Only one of them was occupied, however, and it was by the same little filly who greeted me only a few minutes before.
Applebloom, hun, why don't y'all finish up your homework upstairs?
Applejack asked kindly, but I could see it wasn't really debatable. Applebloom gave her sister a frown, and an exchange took place that I was not privy to. After a few moments, the filly sighed and snatched her school bag from beneath the table, packing her things away quickly.
Fine, but you better tell me what's going on later.
Later, being when I had left, I assumed. The awkwardness of being amongst a family of strangers was not lost on me, but I persevered. The answers were so close, I could feel them. As the younger sister left the room, and Applejack began getting something out of the cupboards in the adjacent kitchen, I looked around. It seems like a fairly standard homestead, at least from what I knew. Every piece of furniture was worn, but loved, and various instances of do-it-yourself repairs were visible, from the uneven sanding of the chair legs to the plastered wall barely concealing little cracks. The only thing that made me double take was the rifle mounted above the doorway. I didn't even notice it at first, situated as it was directly above the door. It was an Earth Pony model, with all the parts, including the barrel, made bigger to accommodate hooves. I had seen unicorn guns 3 times smaller than the one on the wall, but for some reason, I didn't feel like insulting it. There was a little gold-plated inscription below it, but it was too high up for me to read.
It says, "Remember the red rule,"
said Applejack through gritted teeth as she carried a tray into the room.
Just a little family saying.
It was too late to pretend I hadn't been looking, so I just gave an interested yet non-committal grunt in response. When I looked at what was on the tray, a flicker of excitement shot through my veins. 2 mugs and a big bottle of adult cider. This was it. I was finally going to learn what happened. She waited for me to take a seat and started pouring the drink.
I want you to understand something first.
I nodded.
We country folk have always dealt with our problems our own way. We don't see the point in getting other ponies involved if we can fix it ourselves, you hear?
I nodded again.
So no matter what you think of us right now, y'all keep that in mind. We're simple folk. and we find simple solutions.
Applejack slid a mug over to me and sat herself down on the opposite side of the table. I took a polite sip, which turned into a gulp as the flavor washed over my taste buds. "This is very good cider," I stated obviously, tossing the mare an appreciative smile.
If you're hoping to loosen my tongue with flattery, don't bother. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, but I'll do it my way.
She took a long drink from her mug.
Right.
She said after a moment.
Right.
She repeated.
Okay. Brayburn, 2 years ago, what'd you want to know?
I sipped at the cider to steady my nerves. Why was he the sheriff?
Y'all never met him, did you?
I shook my head, and she did the same, only sadly.
Shame about that. You'd know if you met him. Kindness and structure and brains all rolled up into one stallion he was. You know, he never asked for the job.
I didn't know that.
Yep. The townsfolk begged him to do it because they knew he was perfect. He had Appaloosa in top-notch shape quicker than you could say buy some apples. We were so proud.
Sounds like a lot of responsibility for one pony, I said with a frown. The mare leaned forward, gesturing enthusiastically with her free hoof.
That's the thing about Brayburn, though. He didn't see it like that. In his eyes, the whole town was his home, and he was just doing little self-repairs when he was being sheriff.
That sounded familiar. It wasn't clear if Applejack realized that she shared that trait with Brayburn, but I decided not to bring it up, lest she change her mind about answering my questions. So he loved the town, and the town loved him back. I lowered my voice. What went wrong?
Dirty Rich.
She spat the name like sour gum, and the corners of her mouth wrinkled in contempt. I said nothing, waiting for her to continue. My mug sat forgotten on the table.
You might have heard of his brother, Filthy. Lives in Ponyville. Does business with us. Friendly fella. Not dirty, though. No, sir. He's as foul as the apple that never falls. Rotten to the core. He saw the little life his brother had carved out here and got jealous.
The farm pony slammed her hoof on the table.
Imagine that! Jealous of his own flesh and blood.
Despicable, I agreed quietly.
So Dirty came to Appaloosa one day, bringing all sorts of bad ponies with him. Real scum of the earth types, you know. The kind of ponies who spend their days in alleys preying on good folk.
Suddenly, a proud look crossed Applejack's face.
My cousin was on top of them the second they arrived. He knew who Dirty was and what kind of ponies he traveled with. Brayburn marched straight up to them unarmed in the broad daylight, the whole town watching, and said to them, "This here's a peaceful town. If y'all can't swear you ain't up to no good, I'll let you stay. If not, then I'm gonna ask you to leave."
I whistled appreciatively. That would have taken guts.
No kidding.
Chuckled Applejack, pouring herself some more cider.
But that was Brayburn in a nutshell. Guts, and lots of them. They did something worse. Dirty looked him straight in the eye, unblinking, and said, "We're just travelers looking for a home, sir. Not a troublemaker among us."
Her hooves tightened around the mug, and she glared into it.
They lied straight to his face.
There wasn't anything I could say to that. Clearly, the idea of lying was almost a personal insult to her, the element of honesty. I made a mental note to watch what I said.
Honesty in this family was tradition long before I came along. The Apple family doesn't lie. Never has, never will. And y'all better believe that's the truth.
I quickly nodded and took another polite sip of the cider. Not even the flavor could distract me from the intensity in her green eyes, though. "So what did Sheriff Brayburn do?" I asked in an attempt to divert attention. Applejack sighed and scratched the back of her neck.
"I don't really like this part. Y'all must understand, we're trustworthy ponies, and we always expect every pony else to do the same. Brayburn, Well, he believed him, took Dirty at his word, and let him come into town.
Oh dear, I said quietly. She nodded gravely.
Yep. The first mistake he ever made as sheriff was letting those shady folk inside. Ain't nobody gonna disagree with that.
After a moment of silence, I couldn't help but ask, why did Dirty go to Appaloosa?
Kinda particular, ain't it? He and his brother were more city folk, and I thought it over after all was said and done, and I think I know why.
I leaned forward and rested my hooves on the table, and she did the same, hugging her mug.
His brother Filthy got his big break when he started here in Ponyville, way back before you and me were born. He got in early and made a fortune through our apples, but Dirty missed out. So, after all these years, he must have been traveling looking for his own break.
Appaloosa! I blurted out excitedly. Applejack nodded.
Damn straight. He saw the little town getting bigger and wanted to get in on it before it was too late. Must have thought his luck had finally turned or something. But the thing is, he didn't have the brains or the patience like his brother. He didn't know what to do with an opportunity when he had it. Like when my dog Winona chases the mail mare.
And that's when things got ugly?
Almost. It wasn't a sudden thing. It took a few good months before he got desperate enough.
I noticed my mug was empty somehow, and Applejack slid the bottle over to me. As I poured, a thought occurred. Wouldn't Sheriff Brayburn notice Dirty and his gang getting worse? The farm pony nodded again, and I set the bottle back on the table.
Oh, he noticed all right. But that was during the Great Derailment, and he was too busy trying to keep trade flowing without the trains to bother with the pesky little gang.
But they didn't stay little for long, did they?
You're darn right they didn't. Without my cousin constantly squashing them back into the dirt like the bugs they were, they got bigger, more dangerous. By the time the trains were fixed and Brayburn could finally turn his eyes back to the town, they were too big to handle on his own.
I knew this part myself. He tried anyway, I said solemnly. Applejack smiled sadly.
That he did. That silly pony was too brave for his own good. Do you know how it happened?
Every description I'd found before was vague. I needed to know. No.
It was in the middle of Dirty's latest spree, screaming through the town and robbing the ponies of their bits. The lying bastard was sitting at the bar drinking with his gang, trashing the place. The good ponies ran and told Brayburn, and he realized his mistake.
The blonde-maned mare shook her head almost disbelievingly.
I don't know what possessed my cousin to strap his gun and march straight to the bar. But it wasn't common sense, let me tell you that.
Her voice was angry, but a tear rolled down her cheek. I'm sorry, I whispered.
Don't be. My cousin died a hero, 1,000 times nobler than every stallion in Canterlot.
Applejack panted and looked down so I couldn't see her eyes.
But it still hurts. Damn. It still does.
It went against every urge in the rational part of my mind, but it was necessary. You don't have to tell me the rest if you don't want to.
I will. It's just tough, is all.
Take as long as you need. I'm in no rush. It was true. No pony expected me back for weeks.
How about I ask you a question? Might help me relax.
I spread my hooves to either side. Shoot.
Why are you asking about this? I knew some pony would want to know the whole story sooner or later. But what's your reason?
I'm an independent investigator. I only heard about the story a few months ago, from a stallion in a bar. It got stuck in my head, and I decided to see if there was any truth to it.
So you're not a law pony?
I chuckled. Not a chance. I just like to get to the bottom of things. She raised an eyebrow, then shrugged.
Every pony's got a hobby, I suppose.
Taking a deep breath, the farm pony scrubbed her eyes.
All right. I think I can do this. All right. So Bray marched right into the bar and went right up to Dirty and told him, "You lied to me, Dirty Rich. Now how about y'all step outside so we can settle this like stallions?"
Hot damn, I breathed. Did he really challenge Dirty in front of his whole gang?
You're damn right he did. Dirty wasn't about to refuse. Not in front of all of his buddies. But he also knew he would lose if he faced my cousin with honor. So he shot Bray in the back as he led the way outside. Put another 2 bullets in the brave fool as he fell.
Applejack wasn't crying anymore. She was scowling.
The coward hopped onto the table and shouted, "This is my town. We're in charge."
My blood was thundering through my veins. I had never felt so much anger in my life, and I had never even met Brayburn. I could only imagine what Applejack must have felt.
And they were right. Without a sheriff, the town didn't know how to handle the gang. Brayburn's deputies were just regular ponies. They weren't made for fighting. So every pony tried to buckle down and board up when Dirty hit the streets. They were pretty much imprisoned in their own homes. Can y'all believe it?
It sounds terrifying.
No kidding. I was terrified when I heard the news, and I don't even live out there. Dirty and his crew had complete control over Appaloosa. There wasn't a single pony who could stop them. They robbed the banks, trashed the houses, ripped down everything Brayburn had worked for. I think that was part of why Dirty liked it so much. He really hated Bray. Always saw him as the only thing that prevented him from being successful. So with my cousin dead, there was no pony left in the way.
I took a large swallow from my mug to wash away the horrible images. But I've been to Appaloosa. I was there a few weeks ago. Everything was in good shape, and it's one of the busiest trade stops out there. Applejack drained the last of her cider.
Now, this is the part where I'm glad you're not a law pony. Y'all remember when I told ya about how us country folk like fixing our own problems?
I nodded.
Well, the second we got the news, me and my brother Big Mac knew what we had to do. We sent letters out across Equestria to every apple we remembered.
She leaned forward once more.
And that's a lot of apples.
What did the letter say? I asked.
I still have a copy of one.
She reached a hoof into her mane and withdrew a small piece of paper, offering it to me.
I keep it with me so I never forget.
I took the note and unfolded it. The writing was uneven, as Earth Pony notes often were, but it was still legible. Dirty Rich in Appaloosa has forgotten the red rule. Applejack continued before I could ask what it meant.
'Cause you see, we apples have a special kind of bond. Ain't nothing magical, but it's just as powerful. If y'all take one of us from the tree, the rest of us will come down on your head. Simple as that.
A chill ran down my spine as I realized what she meant.
So, we hired a couple of farm helpers to keep the place running, packed up a few things, and caught the next train to Appaloosa. Me and Mac hid in the town for a full 2 weeks until the last apple arrived. The townsfolk knew what was coming, and they let us hide with them. Finally, when we were all there, it was time to fix Appaloosa.
The mayor's green eyes focused on me intently as she began to recount that day.
Was nearly dawn, just before the sun came out fully. I was with Mac on the second story of a shop, just across from the bar that Dirty had been drinking at all night. The same damn bar where he had gunned down Bray. About 25 apples were in the windows of the buildings on our side of the street. Another 25 were on the ones opposite of us.
She reached across the table and pulled the bottle back, refilling her mug without breaking eye contact.
Dirty and his gang staggered out just as the sun cleared the horizon. They were laughing and hooting and talking about how they were going to burn down Bray's old house. I think that's what did it. The next thing I knew, I was pulling the trigger faster than my rifle could fire. Tore Dirty's ear right off with the first shot. I never thought a stallion could scream that high.
She chuckled darkly.
Mac fired next, put a round clean in the liar's back legs. Both of them. And then that was it. The floodgates opened and every apple started firing at those bastards. Couldn't even see him after the first minute. It was just a big red dust cloud. Dirty's head rolled out of it soon enough, and I personally put a shot straight through it. Bursted like a pumpkin, it did.
I felt sick, but she wasn't done.
Then the dust cleared, and every single one of them was dead. I honestly couldn't tell you which one was Dirty. There wasn't enough left.
She sipped from her mug.
After that, not a single pony spoke. I looked at Mac and he just nodded at me, slung his rifle over his back and went downstairs. I did likewise, and so did every apple. We just went our separate ways, by train or carriage.
I was almost speechless. The truth was far more brutal than I had imagined. But I found myself agreeing with this mayor's idea of country justice. They had a problem, and they fixed it themselves. End of story. So, does any pony else know the truth besides me? Applejack nodded.
You're the first I've told, but word got around from the citizens who helped us. No law ponies have bothered any apple for 2 years, though, and I think we'll be fine.
She smirked and placed her mug down.
You'll be fine, too, just as long as you remember the red rule.
And what is the red rule? I finally asked. The farm pony's expression hardened, and she looked me dead in the eyes.
Don't fuck with the apple family.
Warning. The following reading contains subject matter that some listeners might find disturbing. Listener discretion is advised.
The mournful winds passed southbound, breaking through the swirling gloom borne by Sombra. The gust-wheeling cry tore down Sweet Apple Acres, past the fields of apples, and further on until it reached the solitary tree. The lonesome wind sighed, protecting the angels asleep in the cold, cold ground. But what wind cries and sighs and moans? Could it be the slumbering roots that beckoned for the warmth of the newest passing? But to Applejack, it was just an outspoken cry which did force remembrance of names once famed, but were now dubious and forgotten beside the moniker of Mr. and Mistress. The winds blew coldly, but Applejack did not shiver, for her hardened spirit had already been touched by the frost of loss, which killed the seed of sorrow before it could sprout on this, another anniversary of her parents' passing. The headstones towered over Applejack, imposing upon her their weathered coats of arms, apples. But through the sad sight, years could be spelt out of parents past. 12 years. 12 years with parental bereavement. 12 years where morning tears had dried up, leaving a dispassion for authority.
but in all respects, because Applejack was the only one that returned to her parents' cradle, she cared most for their memory. Apple Bloom was too young to remember, Big Mac was too masculine to show emotion, and Granny Smith was too decrepit to make the 4-mile march. The wind, now a placid titan, once again sailed past Applejack, whispering her name. She flinched, and believed to hear the sound of something purring at her hooves. She dare not look behind her, but felt to indulge in the fond name-calling. Hello, Death. To her rear stood it, Death, a dreaded and tall and ghastly apparition that made ponies shiver when named and appalled to nature. Its cloak was dark as the space between stars, and sucked life and light from the comparatively infant sun. It was a horror, mostly served in the dead night as rotten legend. It was a cheerless, unsocial creature. If skeleton under hood could glimmer through its low brow and shadowed cloak.
Waiting for me as usual, Applejack. But that never surprises. Your honesty holds you to your word.
Murmured Death. As it trailed on its monotonous tone, the wind became silent and sharp. Applejack's hair stood on end, and her body began to lightly shiver. But you're late. Busy? Asked Applejack through her chattering teeth. Her lips curled into a frown. She gulped. Death may be busy, but he's never been late to our appointments.
I am always busy, Applejack, but I am never late for an appointment.
Answered Death. Then why were you late? Questioned Applejack. Her countenance continued to wrinkle in worry.
Because this is not an appointment, Applejack. There were others close to you that required my attention.
Responded Death. Others close to you that require my attention? Disbelief roiled inside Applejack. Her entire body turned hot, then cold, then hot again. Anger rose within her, so great it seared the breath from her lungs. She turned to Death, screaming, "Who did you take this?" That's when she saw it. Sweet Apple Acres was on fire. The burning barn drew her attention from Death. The red paint had taken a life of its own, shredding the foundation on its host with wicked crimson claws. The squeals of collapsing timber slowly saturated the air. The column of black smoke eventually built up into a signature of Applejack's companion, so thick and black that the flashing red and blue lights of the fire brigade were drowned. Listless, she crawled towards the alight structure, but stopped and swaggered, her jaw unhinged and open as her blank eyes stared. If Death declared it so, there's no hope to stop it.
That is why I was late.
Death whispered in her ear. Applejack's body twisted to the side. There stood Death, its approach silent, like the grave. The impenetrable shadow within the hood was faced towards her, but it was impossible to tell whether Death stared at her or at Sweet Apple Acres. But such thoughts were far from Applejack's mind. She once again peered into the distance. There, as Death had implied, Sweet Apple Acres burned to the ground. The wind blew in her direction, and soon the screams of her cremated family, along with the fragrance of apples and charred wood, rushed past her. Applejack closed her eyes. Bursts of sorrow gushed from either eye, fast falling down her cheeks. She was the last apple. Why us? What quarrel do you have with our family? Questioned Applejack. Without the apple trees or her family, without a divine purpose to shape her life, she was nothing but a hapless victim. The anger inside surged through her once more, so dark and overwhelming that it could contest the darkness of Death's cloak.
I have no quarrel with any pony, honest Applejack. I am Death. I only followed destiny. And today, the rest of your family has met their fate.
There may have been one particular condolence in its tone, but Applejack could sense a horrible grin forming from his skull.
And you shouldn't repress your emotions. It's not very honest.
She turned to Death. Her lips parted, and her teeth cracked as they gritted against each other. Her brow knotted, and her eyes focused on Death, the burning barn reflected in her stare.
But why not take me?
She screamed.
I'm an element of harmony. Is my soul not worth 3 to you?
No, Applejack. A soul is a soul. You're still needed in the grand scheme of things, because you are an element of harmony.
Death's tone shifted to one that patronized.
It is why you get to live just a bit longer.
You bastard! I'll kill you!
Applejack leapt for Death, her hooves aimed at his seemingly frail form, but she passed right through it. Death was nothing more than a mist. But Applejack turned and attacked anew. Her hooves wafted through the spirit, only temporarily dissipating Death's form. But soon she tired and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily as sweat dripped down her brow. Death's neck craned down to her level.
I am Death, Applejack. You are no more threat to me than a termite. There is no way you can beat me.
Applejack peered into Death's hood. For the first time in 12 years, she saw his eyes. They weren't empty like she believed. Instead, she saw the souls of Big Mac, Apple Bloom, her parents, and Granny Smith buried in a lake which burned with fire and brimstone. A second death. As their screams died from the barn fire, they were born anew in Death's eyes. But being so close, they were deafening and inspiring. Applejack smiled.
I know one way to beat you.
She stood up and walked towards Ponyville, her head held high. Death chuckled.
I can read your thoughts. Your plan will be in vain, Applejack.
But despite his warning, she continued on to Ponyville.
Raise this barn, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sang Death, until Applejack had disappeared down the road. It encroached on a lonely apple tree, defying gravity as he walked along the bark until he hung from one of its branches. The mist that composed Death folded in on itself. It compacted into the size of a caterpillar and then took the shape of a chrysalis. The cocoon wiggled crazily for a few short moments and then shed. What remained was a butterfly, young with vibrant wings of delicate lace. Such grace, such poise, as it fluttered towards the burning barn. One hour later, Applejack returned to her parents' resting place with a rope and stool. The towering guarding the tree was old. The green leaves which had once abounded on its branches had all disappeared, and only a single apple remained on its strongest branch. Applejack plucked the apple and watched it closely. The apple was a marvel on even so an old tree. The red fruit had prospered, but in its rosy flesh, Applejack saw her reflection. The same reflection of a pony unable to cheat death. She yelled, and then dashed the apple against the ground. She began to stomp on it, and mashed it into raw applesauce. But despite her efforts, the apple, well battered into juice, was still an apple. It was still a part of her failed legacy. She wrapped the rope around the branch. The leftover part wasn't close enough for her to reach. Perfect. She placed the stool beneath it, climbed atop of it, and tied the end into a noose. She placed it around her neck, tightening it until it hurt to breathe. Ready, she once again peered off towards Sweet Apple Acres. The fire had been put out, leaving the stench of burnt apples heavy on the wind. She exhaled one last time and mustered up past endearment of warmer hours spent with family. She kicked the stool out beneath her and dropped. The rope, with a sharp crack, caught her and swung her lazily in the dying wind.
I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul.
Other than an absent Applejack, the remainder of the Elements of Harmony worked hard to extinguish the flames. Rainbow Dash organized the weather patrol to douse the burning barn with fire. Twilight and Rarity had used their magic to try and suffocate the flames. And finally, Fluttershy gathered her animal friends to help in any way possible. However, Pinkie Pie stood off on the sidelines, tears flooding down her cheeks as she was forced to listen to the deafening screams of the Apple family being cremated in the barn. She curled into a ball, holding her hooves to her ears, as the screams continued to berate her sanity. But oddly, she felt something on her ear. Peering at the disturber, she found a butterfly, seemingly delicate. Its wings of cold, sharp steel caught Pinkie's gaze. The butterfly hypnotized the helpless pony with its unsurpassed beauty. There was no resisting its call. The butterfly fluttered off, whispering cold nothings as Pinkie followed clumsily. The butterfly fluttered into the cemetery, drawing the hypnotized pony in. Fluttering past the graves of Applejack's parents, the butterfly drew Pinkie in. The pony mashed the entombing earth with her hoof, light-hearted laughter emanating from her lips. The butterfly led her around and around the headstones, and Pinkie continued to mash the buried graves further asunder. Eventually, the butterfly dipped beneath the headstones on the opposite side of Pinkie. With the sight of it lost, Pinkie was free from its misleading spell. Rubbing her groggy eyes, she peered towards the lonesome apple tree, the now unclouded sun shining in her direction. She saw a shadow. It was Applejack. She screamed. Applejack awoke, brilliant light immediately blinding her. She felt as if lying on some vast plain of flowers, the euphoric scent of lavender swirling around her. Such smell should have birthed hunger, but Applejack felt content, full. Warmth radiated over her body, but never became too much, as a slight cooling breeze brushed past her. But surprisingly, there was no feeling. There was no pain. The sorrow of loved ones past was absent from Applejack's mind. She smiled as her outstretched body settled into the luxurious bed. Applejack, whispered some pony. Applejack turned to look, but her neck could only crane so much. She sat up, but was stopped. Her limbs would not follow, as if bound by some invisible force. Applejack. The same voice called her again. She rocked against whatever bound her. Cold hooves fell onto her chest and pushed her down. She snarled and struggled more vigorously. Her brow knotted in strain, and her eyes closed as she focused all her energy to escape.
Applejack, settle down!
The voice called to her again, this time as a yell. Applejack opened her eyes. The light receded, and she was blind no more. Before her were the other Elements of Harmony and Nurse Redheart. She settled into the mattress, slightly agitated by the uproar of air conditioning and the sun which burned her eyes. She turned to her appendages, which were each bound to the railing of her hospital bed by straps, one of which had an IV needle inserted below her skin. Tracing the needle's cord, she found a bag of fluid slowly dripping nutrients into her well-fed body. Abruptly, the fluid stopped flowing. But oddly, there was a single drop suspended between the bag and the IV cord. Applejack turned up to her companions. They too were frozen. Death misted in amongst them, his hood off, revealing a smiling skeleton.
There are two things you need to understand, Applejack. One, you cannot defeat me in my own occupation. And two, while I have no quarrel with you,
Death moved in beside Applejack's ear.
I will not tolerate those who try to foil destiny. Last apple.
Death's gainsays spouted blunt truth, which acquainted Applejack with what she was. She was the last apple.
I think we're lost, Starlight.
Starlight looked up from the map, her gait slowing down to a crawl until she stopped completely. She took a moment to pull the map away from her muzzle, letting her eyes adjust to the magical light of her horn before turning to face Trixie. Her blue fur and silver mane were barely illuminated by the lantern she held at her side, and the trees about her and the canopy above were even less so.
Trixie, we're not lost. We're just...
Starlight turned away, lifting up her compass and the map to illuminate them again. The compass's needle was still pointed south, though the map was of little help. The forest south of Equestria, beyond the Macintosh Hills, wasn't marked on the map beyond a smattering of green in the valley. When they had been on the hill overlooking the woods, Starlight was sure she'd seen breaks in the vast stretch of trees. However, as they ventured deeper into the woods, the branches and leaves above grew tighter together, slowly choking the vibrant sunlight into a dim light, and then into blackness.
We're just...
Starlight repeated, scanning the map once more.
Okay, so maybe a little lost, but that's nothing to get worried about.
As Starlight turned to face Trixie, she was greeted with a blank expression and a raised eyebrow.
It probably just seems smaller from up above, and these maps aren't really to scale.
Uh-huh. And why did we end up coming this way again?
Trixie asked, stepping closer until the combined light of her lantern and Starlight's horn was enough to brighten the two.
Because?
Starlight started, but Trixie held up her hoof and pointed it at Starlight.
Because you couldn't stand waiting 2 days for a train. I swear, you picked up Twilight's worst habits when you took over as head mare.
Trixie lifted the lantern up above her head, the light illuminating the thick canopy and the web of branches visible beneath patches of leaves.
She couldn't let a schedule slip for more than a second. And now between you and Sunburst...
This recruitment stuff is important, Trixie.
Starlight pleaded, rolling up the map and stuffing it into a pouch on her saddlebag.
We need to make sure it gets done every year. Missing even one could mean a dozen students we don't have for the next semester. Less students means less tuition and less classes, and that means less teachers and...
As Starlight's mind started to race toward catastrophe, she was pulled out of it by a gentle touch of Trixie's hoof on her cheek.
All right,
she sighed, before wrapping her other forehoof around Starlight's neck and pulling her into a gentle hug.
I'm sorry, but twilighting is another Twilight habit?
Starlight blushed, before breaking into a smile and giggles. Trixie followed suit after a few moments, and then the two pulled apart.
Either way, we're here now, so...
Starlight turned back to where their path was leading, into the blackness, just at the edge of their light. Tangled bushes, shrubbery, and the gnarled trunks of trees canvassed the ground, through a narrow path of dirt cut through it. It was enough for them to keep following. When Starlight looked back to where they had come from, it was the same.
Do you think we should turn back?
She finally asked, the doubt that had been stewing in her mind bubbling to the surface. Trixie rubbed her chin, humming.
At this point, we might be too deep. Who knows if we might get more lost on the way back?
Starlight nodded, turning back to their path ahead. Then Trixie kept talking.
But we've been walking for hours.
By the time Starlight looked back, Trixie was already unpacking her sleeping bag.
A fresh start wouldn't hurt, right?
She asked with a sheepish smile. Starlight chuckled and nodded, clicking the compass shut before sliding it back into her bags. There wasn't very much room for a campsite, but the pathway hadn't been wide enough for that since the edge of the forest. It would have to be the best they could hope for. Shutting off the lantern and setting their sleeping bags out, the mares bid each other good night. The air was silent, as it had been since they entered the woods. Starlight worried about it as she drifted off, that there hadn't been a breeze, the snap of a twig, or even the distant chitter of some far-off critter. In her sleep, Starlight saw endless rows of trees, barely illuminated by the magical light of her horn. Gnarled roots littered the path, buried slowly by the rain of dead, wilted leaves. They crinkled beneath her hooves, but the noise faded into the babbling of a river. In flashes, her surroundings changed. A flowing stream, fallen trees, eyes in the dark. Finally, she was at a lake. Its surface was black, but only reflecting what was overhead. Her eyes drifted up to a vast void above her. She could hear something breathing, but it was unnatural. Rather than soft, calm inhales and exhales, it was a raspy gasp for breath that never ended. Her mane waved about in it, sucked and pulled toward the center of the lake. When she blinked, the sun was overhead, bright and burning. She couldn't make out the forest about her. The breathing, the inhalation, never ceased. Its pitch and intensity grew, as the sun seemed to expand in Starlight's vision. Starlight bolted upright, sweat dripping from her forehead and her chest heaving up and down in ragged breaths. It was still dark about her, but she could barely make out a shape nearby. It was upright, but deathly still. She sparked her horn, magical light filling her vision, only to be greeted by Trixie. She was sitting up, her sleeping bag peeled away, and her eyes were locked on the forest at the edge of the path. In the dim light, they seemed bloodshot.
I heard something,
she whispered, not turning away from the forest. Starlight pushed her sleeping bag down until she could stand, stumbling a bit in the process. She didn't know how long she had slept for, but it didn't feel long enough. Her legs and back ached, as if they hadn't rested for a moment all night.
We can check together,
she said. Trixie stumbled to her hooves at Starlight's side, and the two approached the line of trees. Starlight's magical light illuminated the edge and the rows of trees that extended far beyond. Long, faint shadows cast in its wake. The smaller, bare branches of the trees projected into tangled claws and webs. As the two passed the edge of the path, snaking between the packed trees, Starlight looked down at the ground. Dead leaves and bushes littered the ground, but there were no sign of tracks, or that anything had been disturbed, except by their own hooves.
Might have just been your imagination.
There! Did you hear it?
Trixie's voice was strained, trying desperately to remain quiet. Starlight angled her ears toward where Trixie motioned, but she heard nothing. As the two stood there, it was silent once again. Not even a breeze disturbed the woods. Then, Starlight thought she heard breathing, but they were only coming from Trixie at her side, quick and ragged.
It's okay, Trixie,
she said, wrapping a forehoof around Trixie's haunches to turn her back towards the path.
There's nothing out here but us. Not that I can see,
she thought. It took a few moments, but Starlight managed to coax Trixie back to the path. Her legs began to relax, the ache fading by the second. In her back, however, it simply changed to a creeping, gnawing dread, as if she were being watched. The two were unable to get back to sleep, and so they packed up their sleeping bags and Starlight pulled out her compass. Their path south found once more, the pair crept further into the woods. The path veered off only slightly, but the greater threat to their progress was in the obstacles that sprang up from the surrounding forest. Tangles of brambles, thick shrubbery, and even a fallen tree in their path. While it wasn't enough to halt their progress, Starlight did linger when she noticed that the fallen tree was without rot. Even stranger, its falling had not broken the canopy above in the slightest. While its trunk was littered with the snapped bases of branches, Starlight could faintly see, in the dim shadows above, that its branches and leaves were left behind in the web of greenery. As she brightened her light and moved it off of her horn toward the canopy, she was interrupted by a shout.
We're getting nowhere!
Starlight turned to see Trixie scaling one of the nearby trees.
Just give me a minute and I'll find out how far we are from the edge. Then you can just blink us out of here.
Starlight galloped towards Trixie, just in time to stop her hind leg from kicking over the lantern she'd abandoned at the base of the tree. Holding it in her magic, and with the light of her horn dimmed, Trixie was left with a dim glow to guide her way.
Just hold it up, Starlight,
Trixie muttered as she managed to hook her forehooves onto a branch, tugging herself up. Starlight did as she was asked, holding the lantern higher until the surface of the tree was illuminated. The path to the canopy was easy enough from where Trixie was, just a few close-knit branches until she could reach the thick layer of leaves and branches. Trixie reached for the first branch, then the second. As she hooked onto the third and tugged herself up, it snapped. Starlight reached out to catch her with their magic, but Trixie managed to cling to the shattered base on the trunk and strained as she pulled herself up into the canopy.
Be careful, Trixie,
Starlight mumbled.
I'll be fine. Ouch!
Trixie paused, wiggling deeper into the canopy as the snapping of branches and crinkling of leaves filtered down to Starlight. Soon, only Trixie's flank and hind legs were visible, and soon those ascended into the mesh of greenery. Then, from behind her, Starlight heard something rustling. She lowered the lantern, turning her head to face the source of the disturbance.
Is someone there?
She called out, but no reply came. She set the lantern down on the ground before lighting her horn anew. A bright, magical light cast out into the darkness of the woods. Only the trunks and bushes and the fallen tree greeted her. The noise stopped, and Starlight inched away from the tree.
I won't hurt you. Just show yourself.
Even Trixie's squirming within the canopy did not reach her ears. The forest's reply was simply silence, deafening and foreboding.
Ah!
As quickly as it came, It was broken by the snapping of branches, the rustling of leaves, and the scream. At the edge of her light, between two far-off trees, Starlight saw Trixie plummet from the canopy, tumbling to the ground and groaning. Starlight galloped over as quickly as she could. Trixie's neck, torso, and legs were marred with small scratches, and her mane littered with twigs and leaves. She rolled about, squinting at the light on Starlight's horn.
What? But
She looked up at the canopy above, then to the trees about her, and the fallen tree in the distance.
I was going up!
Starlight tilted her head up. Despite the speed at which Trixie seemed to fall, and the refuse that stuck out of her mane or clung to her coat, there wasn't a single break in the web of branches and leaves above.
That's it!
She closed her eyes. Even with the canopy so thick, she knew that at least 50 feet would put her above it. All she needed was a second to orient herself, and then they'd be able to find their way out. She took a breath and teleported. Flashes filled her mind. The lake, the sun, fire, that tempest of ever-gasping breaths, swirling about into a blazing inferno, flames flicking at her coat. She tasted iron, rust, decay. There was a throbbing, like a pounding migraine within her head. Then, there was black.
Starlight!
Starlight sprung up from laying on her back, and then instantly fell back down. Pain coursed through her limbs, her torso, and her head. She felt something warm on her muzzle and in her mouth. Her vision was blurry and black, but as she relaxed on the ground, it came into focus. Trixie was above her, holding the lantern at her side.
Thank goodness you're awake! What happened?
Starlight held a hoof above her eyes, enough to stop them from straining in the lantern's light.
Something happened. I couldn't.
She held her other hoof to her lips, and it came away bright red. Twisting to the right and clenching her teeth, she spat until the warmth left her mouth, though the taste lingered.
It won't let me through.
Trixie grimaced, craning her neck to look up.
You mean the trees?
Starlight rolled over until she was on her belly, taking a few moments to steel herself before trying to get to her hooves. The pain had dulled, enough that she was able to right herself, but not enough to stay standing. After a few seconds, she had to lean on a nearby trunk, and Trixie was rushing to her side.
Something about them has to be magical. I don't know what, but it's like a barrier.
The two looked up into the web of greenery, the seemingly impassable obstacle above them. Trixie sighed and turned to Starlight.
We should stop for the day. There's no way you can move like that. Just try to relax and I'll get everything ready.
Starlight nodded and slumped against the tree while Trixie galloped back to where their saddlebags sat. She tried to take slow, steady breaths, but they dissolved into sharp intakes and groans with the slightest movement. She slid down the trunk of the tree, and when she hit the ground, she passed out. Starlight was at the lake again, in the dark. Even in the blackness, however, she could make out the shape of the lake, wide, perfectly circular, stretching beyond what her eyes could ever see. Here, in the middle of a forest, it sat. She craned her neck to look up, expecting to see the sun once more, but was greeted only with nothingness. When she looked back down at the lake, she began to hear the breathing. deep, laborious, gasping, and unending. It rushed past her ears, yet her mane was undisturbed by it. She only felt a faint warmth against her coat. A silver light appeared on the surface of the lake. From where Starlight stood, it seemed like the moon, but she knew that it was not from above. With every second of that unnatural inhalation, its cacophony growing louder and descending into droning, it expanded until it was at the edge of the lake. The entire place glowed with that silver, brilliant luminescence. As the breathing continued, now sounding like a whirlwind about her, the warmth returned, bit by bit, until she felt like she was going to melt. She took a step forward, her hoof breaching the water. It was frigid. When Starlight awoke, it was slowly. Her legs and back still ached, and her eyes squinted against the discomfort and throbbing she felt inside her skull. There was a blanket on top of her, and she clung tightly to it as she continued to awake. The shadowy shapes of the trees about her flickered slightly, and she noticed that the lantern was still lit, but running low on fuel. At the edge of its light, Starlight saw Trixie was awake, standing on all fours a few feet away. She could only make out her back. Starlight strained to right herself, the sudden pain after her attempt to teleport gone. The taste of blood was almost completely faded on her tongue.
I'm up, Trixie. Did you get some sleep?
Trixie jumped in place. Half a scream caught in her throat as she turned around.
Oh, Starlight. Yeah, I just had a weird feeling when I got up.
Being watched?
Starlight asked, finally getting on her hooves. There was only a mild ache as she trotted over to Trixie's side.
Do you feel it too? Hear it?
Trixie's ears flattened against her head, and her tail curled against her flank. When Starlight got to her side, she could see that her eyes were bloodshot again. Starlight put a hoof on her haunches, rubbing it gently back and forth.
A little, but we'll get out of this, Trix. We just have to keep moving.
Trixie smiled, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath.
I hope so. Then I can tell you not to try galloping off just because a train is delayed for a bit.
She giggled, and Starlight did too.
Deal. Now let's get moving. The sooner the better, right?
As Trixie began to pack up her sleeping bag, Starlight pulled the compass out of her saddlebags. Flipping it open, she began to turn it around. The needle pivoted aimlessly. Starlight shook it, and it rattled about, before stopping suddenly. She tilted it, twisted it, shook it again and again. It refused to point anywhere but where gravity and friction willed it. Her vision started to get blurry.
Trixie!
She blinked back the tears as she heard Trixie's hooves gallop over.
What is it?
Starlight held up the compass, twisting it back and forth with her magic.
It's broken? When did that happen?
It must have been when I tried to teleport through the canopy.
Starlight's chest began to heave up and down, her breaths becoming quicker and sharper. She began to look about for any sign of where they'd come from or where they were going. Galloping back towards the path, her horn bright enough to obscure her vision, she spotted the fallen tree trunk. The canopy, the path, the tree itself. She looked over all of them for any sign. She found nothing. Her vision started to blur again, and she sunk down on her haunches. The light on her horn faded, leaving her only dimly illuminated as Trixie galloped closer, her own horn lit.
Starlight? Starlight, calm down. If we just pick a direction, we'll get out eventually, right?
And then, Starlight remembered the strangest thing. Glimpses out of the corner of her eye that seemed like just tricks of the light at the time. As the compass hovered before her while they were walking, as she moved it about ever so slightly when she turned, it had wavered. When she looked back, she never minded that it was off by so few degrees, despite pointing in the same direction.
It never worked. We've just been wandering aimlessly.
Starlight gripped her head with her forehooves.
We're lost.
Trixie looked at the path they had followed, and then the compass.
We'll just pick another direction. It'll be okay, Starlight. If we keep going forward, we'll get out. It can't go on forever.
The fact calmed her nerves, a comforting truth she could ease into. It was at least hope. Her tears dried, and she wiped what few were left away.
Okay.
She took a breath and stood back on her hooves. They still ached. Trixie had picked the direction, walking back towards their sudden campsite and then continuing forward in the same direction. On the way, while Starlight kept the way lit with her horn, Trixie produced a small illusion ahead of them. No matter which way they turned, how far they strayed, it always remained ahead of them, and it always pointed the direction she had picked. After what seemed like hours of silent, determined marching, a noise broke through it. It was water. Starlight and Trixie galloped ahead, barreling through a patch of shrubberies before they were greeted with the sight of a creek. Crystal clear water flowed past rocks and over the faint roots of nearby trees. Trixie was quick to gallop up to it, grabbing her canteen to refill it. However, Starlight lingered back near the trees, eyes watching the path the water took. She reached into her pack, pulling out the map and unfurling it. In the light of her horn, she saw it. A river leading from the north that went into the forest. To the south, another line of blue streaked toward the coast and into the ocean.
We can follow it. We'll get out for sure this way, Trixie.
She galloped over to Trixie's side, refilling her own canteen and drinking from the creek. It was frigid and refreshing. Starlight and Trixie kept close to the creek, following its path downstream. However, Trixie had not dissipated her illusion. Starlight tried to not pay it any mind as she kept her horn lit. Eventually, they met their limits and stopped for the night. Trixie marked the direction she had chosen on a tree across the creek. Starlight dreamed of the lake. Instead of being at its edge, she was standing a few feet into its water. The surface came up just above her hooves, but its chill permeated her being, seeped into her bones, and made the air about her frigid. When the breath came, its warmth did not faze her. She looked up, and she could see the sun once more. It grew larger. It grew closer. Its heat burned the forest about her until it was all an inferno. The breathing stopped. When she awoke, it was without pains or aches. It was the first and last good night of sleep she had in the forest. Trixie was still asleep. The creek began to wind, widen, and wither. Its depth grew, the rocks in its path eroded, and even the invading roots of the canopy's trees pushed back, letting the flow of water speed up. They had to be getting close. Starlight knew it. Eventually, the river straightened out again, the trees on either side trying to encroach on it until they suddenly parted. Starlight stopped as her horn illuminated bare ground about the river. And then, its end.
A lake?
She heard Trixie ask as she walked forward, her horn illuminating the surface. It was crystal clear, and Starlight could make out the bottom, slowly slanting down towards the middle of the lake. She looked up, and the canopy seemed to give way. There was nothing above.
How far do you think it goes?
It doesn't matter,
Starlight muttered, before closing her eyes and brightening the light at the tip of her horn. Once it was strong enough, its light nearly searing through her eyelids. She cast it up into the air like a firework. Its dazzling light illuminated the lake, herself, Trixie, the trees, and the canopy. It illuminated how it stretched up and up and up, before curving towards the center of the lake. What had been alive and green above their heads faded to decay and brown. Withered, leafless branches extended upwards like the gnarled beams of a dome. Her ears perking up, Starlight could hear them creaking, despite there being nothing but deathly still air above the lake. As her light reached its apex, she saw that the dome kept going up. There was no path to the sky. There would be no sun.
Starlight?
She dropped to the ground, eyes straining as they stared out at the illuminated lake and the agonizing descent of her light towards it.
Should we go around, or...?
There was no end to the water. As the magical light hit the surface, she could see no trees beyond. There was only water, crystal clear and deathly cold. Even feet away from its edge, she felt that chill seeping into her body. When Trixie touched her shoulder, she jerked away.
Starlight, we need to keep going, right?
The air was no longer still. That ever-gasping, choking breath began to fill Starlight's ears. Even covering her ears with her hooves, it would not go away. The warmth started to surround her body, but it did not manage to reach beneath her coat. It made her entire body shake and shiver from disparity. Her mane felt as if it was swept up in a powerful gust. When she finally had the will to open her eyes, Trixie was no longer at her side. Instead, she stood within the lake.
Starlight, we need to keep going!
Even with her hooves covering her ears, and the tempest of breath drilling into her head, Trixie's voice was as crystal clear as the water.
No!
Starlight said, unable to hear the words over the catastrophany about and within her.
No!
She screamed, though it felt a whisper. Her horn lit, feeling for the lantern tied to her bags. It was still unbroken. It still had some fuel. Trixie snarled, her face twisted into a beastly approximation of itself. Starlight looked away, towards the woods. She ran. The breathing stopped. What followed, and began to chase Starlight, was a rage, primal and unbidden. Cracking trees, snapping branches, and the crashing of merciless waves reached Starlight's ears as she galloped away from the lake. Turning away from the river and off into the unknown, she ran. All she could do was run, try to escape it. There had to be some escape. There had to be some way out. She looked over her shoulder. Even if she couldn't see it, she heard and felt its wake. It was getting louder and closer. Her eyes fell on the lantern, and she flicked it on with her magic. In desperation, she flung it behind her and fired a bolt of magic at it. On impact, it burst, showering the area behind Starlight in vibrant flames. Trees began to crackle, branches broke, and there was nothing but the inferno she created. Some shape on the other side, indistinguishable through the roaring flames, stopped. Starlight felt its eyes on her as she took slow, ragged breaths, and the heat began to sear against her coat. She turned tail and ran. It felt like she ran for days, but Starlight was sure it must have just been hours. Her legs ached, her chest heaved and pounded. Every muscle felt as if it were at its limit. But she smiled. The canopy had finally begun to part. The night sky shined overhead, twinkling lights peering out behind the clouds. She never let her eyes leave the sky, even as the greenery obstructing it gave way, and she left the forest behind. She was free. Trixie wasn't there. Her mind lingered on the thought, but then the primal urge to keep running, to be afraid, pushed her to continue. She climbed the hills north of the valley, and the sky began to brighten. Darkness and purples gave way to faint orange. As she crested the top of the hill, she saw it. She saw the sun, bright and shining. Starlight had to cover her eyes with her hoof to gaze in its direction. She didn't stop smiling. Starlight trotted calmly into the blaze before her, the cracking of branches and crinkling of burnt leaves not reaching her ears. Even as the trees about her gave out and fell, feeding the flames, the canopy never broke. Her fire consumed her, and the forest watched in silence.
Ponytails. Read by Scribbler. The Visiting Hour by Hoarse Voice.
Involuntary cases.
The phrase was stenciled in thick black letters upon the double doors that led to the east wing. Bonbon squinted in the fluorescent light and wrinkled her snout at the pervasive smell of disinfectant. The hallways and few rooms she had seen in passing were nearly featureless, their only colours shades of beige. Windows were few and small.
How do they expect any pony to get well here?
She thought. The orderly who the lead doctor had sent with her locked the doors behind them and led Bonbon to the far end of the hall. The journey only took a moment, but felt far too long. She knew what she would find there. The doctor's words again rang through her mind.
Total psychotic break.
They stopped just once, when a bout of raucous, barking laughter echoed out from a door on the right as they passed by. The orderly hammered on the door, and the laughter halted as abruptly as it had begun. Room 101 was divided across the middle by an inch-thick wall of plexiglass, through which 8 small holes in 2 vertical lines of 4 had been drilled. The only furnishing was a single plastic chair on the near side. The far side's walls and floor were thoroughly padded with mattress foam, whose colour made Bonbon think of jaundice. Behind the glass, Lyra paced back and forth. Her tail hung listlessly, and instead of trotting with the usual spring in her step, she stumped around one leg at a time, as though having trouble coordinating them. She was clothed in a white hospital gown, and more disturbingly, in a magic nullification collar. The orderly led Bonbon in and indicated the chair. Though his manner remained calm, he kept one steady eye on Lyra.
Knock on the door when you're ready to go.
He walked back out the door and closed it. Taking care not to make any sudden movements, Bonbon perched on the chair, hooves curled up beneath her. Lyra stood still and followed her visitor with her eyes. For a moment, no pony spoke. In the hours since receiving the news, Bonbon had tried to plan what she would say when they finally let her see Lyra. If she had come up with anything, none of it came to mind now.
Hello, Lyra,
she said tenderly.
Are you a friend of Lyra's?
The tone was businesslike, with none of its usual warmth and laughter. Bonbon's heart sank. The doctor had hoped allowing visits would restore some memory, some fragments of Lyra's true identity. Bonbon took a deep breath to fortify herself against the tears now threatening to well up.
Lyra, you're not well.
No pony is well. That is, they are. But only for the time being. It will not last, I'm afraid.
What do you mean, Lyra?
Bonbon said this for lack of a better response. She knew it wouldn't mean anything. Not really.
I'm sure that my being put in here means I've already failed. But listen, do you have any connections to any pony in the aristocracy? Or perhaps the military?
Lyra, it's just me, Bonbon.
Lyra snorted and stared at the ground, a sour expression on her face.
I suppose you will not listen in any case. Neither will the warden. It was careless of me to have gone to the nearest authorities, and more so to have let them capture me.
You don't remember me at all?
I am not your friend.
Lyra spoke bluntly.
Before anything else, it is crucial you realize that. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming your friend's body, but I am not her.
Bonbon resisted an impulse to run away. Despite physical appearances, she almost did not recognize the pony before her. Lyra took Bonbon's silence as permission to continue.
There is not much time left. The only hope depends on whether you choose to listen. For the sake of all you hold dear, I must take this chance.
Lyra took a deep breath and looked Bonbon directly in the eye.
You are receiving this message from 256 years in the future.
We have developed a spell that allows me to project mental impulses backward through time and into your friend's brain.
But for the unbreakable glass between them, Bonbon might have taken Lyra by the shoulders, shaken her, and screamed at her to come to her senses. But all she could manage was a single word, spoken falteringly.
Why?
We are attempting to alter the events that make this visitation necessary.
Something occurred to Bonbon.
Is Lyra there? Can I talk to her?
When I leave, your friend's mind will return to normal.
Bonbon gasped under her breath as a faint hope flashed in her heart.
And will you go away and never come back?
If this attempt fails utterly, I will have to make another. Farther back and with a different host body. That is, if I'm able to make another at all. I say again, listen carefully.
Given the choice, Bonbon would not have listened to one more word from this thing that looked like Lyra. But she knew Lyra better than any pony, and if she could get to the bottom of what had brought this insanity on, then maybe, just maybe...
In a short period of time, equestrian civilization as you know it will be destroyed by a tremendous cataclysm. It will manifest at first as a harmless natural phenomenon, and the truth will not be apparent until it's too late. The alicorns will perish, and the scattered pockets of mortal survivors will be insufficient to restore the land's carrying capacity. Their populations will dwindle rapidly, and extinction appears inevitable. The strangers will come from the stars. They will tell us that they wish to preserve our species, and we will indeed be preserved.
Lyra's expression grew darker.
As livestock.
Madness. Bonbon had not wanted to leap to conclusions, but she was sure she knew the source of Lyra's delusion. She opened her mouth to protest, but Lyra cut her off.
There was now little doubt that the strangers were responsible for the initial cataclysm. They are beings of pure energy, invisible to the naked eye, and can only be detected and fought with magic. Our surviving literature suggests we had always expected visitors from the stars to arrive in flying machines, but the strangers have no need for them.
A faint hope occurred to Bonbon. If she could reason with Lyra and find some contradiction in this impossible story, a crack might appear in the delusion.
But if they're so powerful, then why bother ponies?
Lyra glanced away, her brow furrowing in anger.
They find our mitochondria useful. It took us many years to discover even this, and longer still to create the spell I used to get here. You see, we are not allowed to live past 30.
Who are you?
The words were halfway out of Bonbon's mouth before she realized that giving the answer might make Lyra regress further into insanity.
My name is unimportant, but listen, while my mind is here, my body is helpless. I have a few friends guarding it, but if the strangers discover us, I do not think they could move my body to safety fast enough. And if I die in this state, the shock may be too much for your friend's body.
This was too much for Bonbon. She decided to try the direct approach, come what may.
Lyra, sweetie, we both read the same pulps. This is just like a story from one of them.
No!
Lyra reared up a bit, her expression horrified and a note of panic entering her voice.
No. It's the truth, I tell you.
Bonbon took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and met Lyra's gaze through the glass.
You're even talking like a character from one. The aliens and the soul thing could be out of H.P. Lovecraft.
Please, you have to believe me.
Bonbon's words caught in her throat as Lyra's body twitched, then froze. In a moment, Lyra's eyes rolled back, her jaw hung open, and a sickly, rasping, gagging noise issued forth as she struggled to breathe. Bonbon leaped forward reflexively and planted her hooves against the glass, but could only watch in horror as Lyra's legs gave way and she crumpled to the mat. Almost as one, the doors behind and before Bonbon flew open, and burly figures in white coats rushed in to seize Lyra and pin her to the floor. The orderly from before appeared at Bonbon's side, glaring down at her. Bonbon vaguely heard him ask what had happened. She ignored his question.
What are they doing?
A note of panic entered her voice.
Your friend appears to be having a seizure. They're moving her into a position where she can breathe.
It felt as if the bottom had dropped out of Bonbon's stomach. Had she done that? Pushed Lyra's mind too far back against itself? The orderly said,
I think it'd be best if you stepped away for now.
Bonbon was already halfway out the door. Her own uselessness in the face of the horror before her, and the idea that she might be responsible, together sent a shock of primitive flight instinct down her spine. Her heart wanted to stay, but her body had to escape. At nearly a full gallop, she bolted back the way she had come, bursting out the hospital's main double doors, just as it seemed the walls would close in around her. She slowed to a trot. The cool twilight air brought immediate relief from the stifling confines she had just left. But Bonbon felt an immediate twinge of guilt for even this minor comfort.
I shouldn't be here,
she thought.
I ought to be back there, at her side.
But she resisted the urge to go back through those doors, resolving instead to visit again as soon as she could. She knew they would not let her in right after what had happened. It occurred to her that this evening looked no different from any other. The sun had just been put down, and the moon brought out, and the stars twinkled sharply in the clear sky. Nearby, yellow light glowed warmly from the town's windows. The wind carried a hint of some pony's distant laughter. Bonbon turned her eyes to the ground, disgusted. The things she wanted to do were impossible, but out of all the possible things, standing near that hospital was the least appealing. She started walking into town. Night was falling quickly, and though she now resented the town's normalcy, Bonbon made for it, if only so she could see to walk. Out of habit, she headed for the high street, though she had missed market day. If she had cared to look around, she would have seen far more ponies than one usually found outdoors in the evening. They didn't bother her, or even move much. Their attention was elsewhere. It was not until Bonbon stopped short of bumping into Daisy that any pony spoke to her.
Hey, Bonbon! You're missing it!
Daisy said.
What?
Daisy pointed upward with her snout.
The meteor shower, of course.
Okay, so, oh my god, it's literally been almost 6 fucking hours, holy shit. I've been playing a little bit of Minecraft, a little bit of Worldbox here and there. Alright, I'm gonna wrap this up, because it is, like, 10 o'clock at night. And, yeah. Okay, so I'll see y'all, hopefully, maybe next time, it depends. I'm gonna watch some videos, play some more Minecraft. Probably blow more shit up in creative mode. Alright. Alrighty.